It's almost showtime. Make sure you guys get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up. See you, Rella. Green Gang, I see y'all. Get them likes up, y'all. Yeah.
for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hello, motherfucker.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Oh, y'all, get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up. Showtime, family. I see you, Cora. I see you, Lyric Speaks. Soul Train. Hope y'all got y'all tickets for Houston. I see you, Kay. I see you, Jovo. I see you, Jay Prince. Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hello, motherfucker.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hello, motherfucker.
That's right, y'all. Hello, motherfucker.
Hey everyone.
Hey, how y'all doing?
How's it going?
How y'all feeling?
Hello.
Good.
Feeling well.
Well, welcome. So happy and excited to have you guys tonight. I'm looking
Great to be
forward.
here.
Loving
Great to be here.
So introducing our great guest tonight, we have Jonathan Henderson. We got Mr. JP, Jay Prince himself, and we got Miss Jovo.
How y'all doing? Hello.
So say hello to our guests.
We're so excited to have you here, Mrs. Jovo, because our conversation tonight, is centered around mental health. And I know that you are an addictions counselor. So you're in the field of mental health care, and you've been doing it for how long?
16 years. 16 years. I've been a certified addictions counselor for the last 22 years. Nope, 12 years. And I've been working in mental health 16 years. Sometimes it feels like 22, depending upon the day. But I've done individual therapy. I'm currently doing group counseling and therapy for those who deal with process addictions, primarily substance abuse addiction, gambling, those who demonstrate criminal behavior. And I do work with individuals who have mental health disorders, such as bipolar disorder, major depression, generalized anxiety disorder. So I am excited about this conversation tonight.
Yes,
excited.
We look forward to your expertise being
Thank
provided
you.
with these topics.
Thank you.
Yes, I can't wait to hear some actual clinical, feedback. I think it'd be great.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So we're going to go multiple directions tonight, but just starting to talk about mental health. Really, before we get into that, just want to plug, welcome to Lapeef Network. We will be going live this year, April 23rd in Houston, Texas. Lapeef Let's Talk will be live. Full cast will be there. It's going to be a good time. Get your tickets now. The link will be in the comments. Get your tickets now. There's also going to be a discount code for the hotel coming into town so that, get you a spot, make sure everything's good. So you do have a discount through the Lapeef Network. So definitely check that out. Tickets have already been sold. I'm pretty sure like a good deal of tickets are sold. So make sure you get your tickets ASAP because, people of color, we like to wait to the last minute. However, we're not going to do that, right? We're going to get our tickets in advance. Yes. So I'm super excited about that. Can't wait to see you guys live and in person. So don't forget that. Hope to see you guys in Houston, April 23rd. But just moving on, topic tonight, mental health. This is a big thing in the Black community. It's not talked about enough. It should be. It is very, very imperative, especially what our ancestors have been through. It's only logical that there be some mental health, things that we will have to be dealing with. But wanting to really get into when it comes to relationships of all kinds, whether it's romantic, family, things of that nature, and how these types of relationships affect our mental health as people in terms of what we deal with the feedback from people in our lives, conflict, things of that nature. So I really want to get into that. How do you guys think the relationships in our life affect our mental health? Let's start with, Jay Prince. How you feeling?
Mental health is very, very important in any relationship, even a relationship with yourself and the high above. For me, I dealt with anxieties and I used to have panic attacks, and that came on when I was like 32 years old. One day I was at work, and all of a sudden I'm just feeling like I'm finna have a heart attack. Like, what the hell is this? Like, I was scared and all this other stuff. I'm like, what the hell? And then I called the ambulance, went to the hospital. They said I had a panic attack. I didn't know what that was. And then from there on, it happened again. And then at this point, I'm like scared, walking around scared, waiting for the next one to come. So I used to spend the whole 2 years straight having panic attacks, worrying. I didn't too much have a panic attacks that much, but what I did have anxieties. And then with my anxieties, it was like I was afraid of having a panic attack. So I did a lot of stuff to try to prevent it. But it just still would come on. And one thing panic attacks will do to you, it will cripple you from living your normal life. Like when I be driving, like I think like panic, like anxieties have you dwell on the weirdest stuff. Like what if I drive off the bridge, or you going 70 miles per hour, one of these cars hit me or stuff like that, or you be just thinking that, then before you know it, you work yourself up. Then next thing you know, you having a panic attack. and having that while you driving is very dangerous. And so with me, I was signed up to do a lot of counseling and stuff. That wasn't helping me, so they try to offer me medication. I'm like, no, I'm not big on the medication and stuff. And at that time, I had quit drinking for about like 2 or 3 years, and so I didn't have no other avenues. So eventually, I just stopped driving. And then when I it kept me in the house. Like I couldn't go outside. If I go outside, I was like panicking. I'm like, well, why this happening to me? I never dealt with none of this ever until I got older. Then, but the good thing about having anxieties for me, it taught me to because I used to chase money and chase women and chase approval from people and chase love from people. And one thing my anxieties taught me, it basically put my back against the wall, and it made me do a lot of self-reflecting. And it also taught me what's more important. I quickly realized that all the stuff that I was chasing wasn't that important. What was important was chasing myself and loving myself and how to love myself. So I just end it right there and we go back to it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for sharing your experience with anxiety and things like that. I definitely know that is a very common mental health concern for a lot of people. I think it might be the most common one. Jovo, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think anxiety and depression are like top 2.
Absolutely. Yes. And very prevalent in the African American community. A lot of people go undiagnosed when we talk about generalized anxiety disorder.
I was going to ask you about that, Jovo. I'm glad you're touching on it. Can you talk about your views on the lack of diagnosis, I guess, or even seeking out the care for certain mental health issues within our communities specifically?
Yes, it's not until these latter years that we've really identified how what I like to call generational mental health symptoms. When you have someone who is African American, and they come through a line of, men and women in their family that have the symptoms of generalized anxiety disorder or depression, and they often neglect to seek treatment, or back in my grandparents' day, great grandparents' day, there was no treatment outlet for us. We couldn't even sit in the front of the bus. So there wasn't a lot of treatment out there, and there wasn't a lot of people who could connect kind of the oppression that our people have been through with some of these symptoms that we have seen now that we're educated now. A lot of people go undiagnosed when it comes to anxiety and depression for a lot of reasons, but the main ones that I've seen is they're able to quote unquote function and meet basic needs. So they're thinking, okay, I can go to work, I'm making money, I'm able to, maintain my household. There's nothing wrong with me. I might just be tired. I might need a vacation. Or they with depression, they often write it off as, there's nothing really wrong with me, or, it might just be this other person, or it might just be the job, because in our culture, we put a lot of emphasis on work and that 40 hours a week. Yep. And so we tend to, it's not till recently, and I know, I don't know the backgrounds of everybody on the panel, but it's not till really recently have we seen this kind of push for self-care. Before that, before this century, you didn't hear people talk about, this decade rather, you didn't hear people talk about self-care. You heard people talk about, well, how do I get healed? or I don't want to take medication, but it's so many options out there. You know, like for instance, people don't know that if medication is not your thing, there are so many natural supplements you can take that will help you manage your symptoms of depression and anxiety. You know, even with the postpartum treatment um, that I've become interested in with Black women who suffer with postpartum depression and Black men that suffer with post traumatic stress disorder. There's so many supplements out there that you can take that are not psychotropic medications. You know, and so the bigger question comes, well, Ms. Jovo, or whoever who is a provider, where do I get this information from? And it's so easily accessible, and I don't want to give it all away, because I know we're going to touch on that in the show. But it's so easily right down to your human resources department at your job. They're obligated to help you through these things. So and Jay Prince, I just want to give you your props on being transparent, because anxiety in men, it goes undiagnosed. It really, really does. I've seen that in my career, especially with Black men. But if you think about what Black men have to face in this country today, and just generally in the world, and then you think about what anxiety looks like and what that means, you would think that we would know by now that Black men are anxious.
It's kind of assumed.
Right.
Just like the life that Black men deal with in this country. And I've said this like on other shows, and people are like, what do you mean? I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Right.
How can you not be traumatized and have anxiety from seeing Elijah McCain literally just walking home doing nothing at all,
right,
and lose his life just for that? I mean, as a Black man, I would have just a little bit of anxiety just leaving my house every day, that like someone could mistake me just being as a problem. You know what I'm saying? So I can totally see how it's very undiagnosed and misdiagnosed, because one, people aren't looking for a diagnosis.
Right.
They're not even looking for the help. They're not even looking for what's causing me to be angry unnecessarily at my partner. What's causing me to be, you know what I mean? All these other things that come out that we don't say what's the reason behind that. We just say what's wrong with that other person, right?
Or
right.
It's written off as it is what it is. That's how life is. That's what people go through.
Deal, suck it up.
Yeah.
That's what Black people do. We suck it up. We come from generations of people who built this country, and we were the first people in the world, and Africa had the first human being, and we're just supposed to be these superhuman individuals that nothing can really shake us, and that is absolutely untrue. Absolutely untrue. We're human.
And there's honestly haven't been space for it. I mean, people were just trying to stay alive. So the last thing people were thinking about was, what's my mental health?
Like, how am I going to make it through the day? And
I'm just like, how do I get home safe? How do I feed my kids? How do I stay alive? Like, and now that we transition, it's been like 30 to 50 year transition, but it's been like overnight that some people think that like those 30, 50 years have been 300 or 500 years, when there's really only been a very small amount of time. And I don't know if you guys, I'm sure Ms. Jovo, you've seen Dr. Joy DeGrew's, studies on post-traumatic slave syndrome and just all the other physical things that come through our DNA that we deal with, on top of the things that we deal with. But just like, I think that our relationships and the whole gender war thing that we have on top of it has created further trauma. And
I have seen so much of it.
Guys, on how you guys feel about how just like seeing toxic relationships can affect the mental health, like not even yourself, but just like even watching Love and Hip Hop and watching, for example, the Tara and Amina thing, and thinking that, I don't know, to me, I feel like that could affect the mental health, that like, can I trust any man?
Exactly. We're so we some of us have been raised on that credo of you have to survive, but no one ever taught you how to live. So when you're surviving, you're always looking out for the worst. You're always looking out for that bullet, whether that bullet is, a partner that doesn't compromise, or a partner who, that infidelity is like their middle name, or, dishonesty, or, a lack of loyalty, all of these things. And we don't realize that in that teaching of survival, and I have to say this about brothers, y'all, it's like somebody slapped you a manual when y'all came out. This is what a black man's supposed to be. I mean, you hear that term black man, for some of you all, you heard it before you were 8 years old. You know, it wasn't any time for fun. It wasn't any time for that's just a kid. And so when you couple that with, okay, now I'm an adult and I'm trying to navigate through a relationship with another adult, but no one ever taught you how to live and how to engage with someone, there are going to be challenges. So many challenges. You know, people assume that everybody knows how to live because they base it off of, a person's financial status, what they look like physically, all of these things. And it has really little to do with that. It has everything to do with, who they are in terms of have they tapped into their inner self. So many of us were raised to just learn how to survive, and it's a few of us who were actually fortunate enough to grow up in homes where you had adults teach you how to live. And it's such a big difference. Living is learning to have skills.
If they weren't living, how can they teach you how to live?
Exactly. So then there goes the generational piece. It's just passing on from one household, one generation to the next, and then you have what we see now, and what, a lot of times you all talk about on the network and in the Facebook groups, unruly partners, people who don't want to compromise, these gender wars. That's because you have kind of these subgroups of people who they know how to survive. They just don't know how to live,
Jonathan,
So,
I mean, because absolutely, the survival versus thriving situation is real. I mean, we've been kind of touching on the situation with Black men specifically. I think he talked about his experience, and then you talked about it. Kayla brought it up, and I know you brought it up before, Kayla, too, that Black men are kind of in a box to a lot of society, viewed a very specific way, and there's that pressure which can lead to a lot of things, and Jonathan, I'm interested to hear what you have to say about that as a Black man in America, and the fact that there's this very just narrow view of what a Black man is supposed to be, supposed to do, supposed to look like, how you're supposed to navigate the dating world, all of this. And if you're not fitting into that, you're viewed as other. So like, speak to your views on that, your experience with that, and how that could possibly affect your relationships. I mean, I know you're married, but
yeah. I agree with what all of you are saying. I think the only nuance that I would add is just that, Black people historically have always been concerned with their mental health. And so I know in the past weeks, we talked about this idea of what Black culture is. And part of Black culture, at least historically, in terms of like pre-colonialism, is this idea of balance. And so not just balance physically, but also spiritually and mentally. But because of the cultural domination of the West, and the huge psychological and mental attack that Westerners and white folk and other folk like it imposed on Black people, right, with the work and just these ideas about who Black people are, that shaded like our views and our ideas about what mental health is and if we need mental health at all. And so, for example, like when we talk about Black manhood, during enslavement, Black men weren't considered men. We weren't even human beings. And so think about all of the things that happened, to Black men and women, right? Psychologically, having spent, 200, 300 years not being fully human. Then after that, we were considered boys. There's literal articles and books written about Black men having the intellect of a small, like the intellect of a small white child. That's what they would say, right? That would be that's our intellect, right? Such that we're boys, we're not even considered men. And so now, on top of all of the other duties and responsibilities that Black men have, we also have to fight for our right to be men. Then, right, in the 1940s and 50s, we introduced this idea of, it's called the culture of violence theory. That says that it's not the social conditions that makes a group violent. It's the culture itself that's deviant. And that deviance was placed on Black men. You can look it up. And so that's where broken windows policing comes. That's where stop and frisk comes. That's where, the 3 strikes rule and all those other things come from. This idea that Black folks, more specifically Black men, don't have the mental capacity to be civilized in our particular society, on top of racism and all of those other things. And so me specifically, I've experienced that as well. Growing up, I grew up in a place called Oceanside, California. For those of you all in the military, it's right next to Camp Pendleton, right? And I've experienced, I was 8 years old when I got called the N-word for the first time. I was 9 years old when kids would throw water balloons filled with bleach at my back and burn. I had marks until I was 18 years old on my back from those things happening. I was, 10 years old when for the first time, the first, not the last, teacher told me I would never be anything, never amount to anything, right? I think I was 15, the first time I got stopped by law enforcement, and so all of these things compounded, into having, once again, like Jay, a nervous breakdown in college. I didn't know why I had anxiety. I was just anxious, and I had to go talk to somebody about it. At the same time, these things manifest when it comes to relationships. Men gotta go seek peace somewhere. Sometimes they go seek it in the arms of a woman. You know what I mean? Sometimes the only I guess the only value we get is how well is sometimes it's like how much money we have or how big our penis is and how much we can use that. And so men sometimes, not all of the time, really, put on airs because of that. And so there's just a lot of things that go on, when it comes to mental health. That's why I'm such a big proponent of, especially Black men and women, Black women seeking mental health services.
Do you think that the I guess pressure from I guess white society versus the pressure from within our own community, because I know that we've adopted some of these ideologies amongst ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
How do you reconcile that? How do you, as a Black man, view that? Or is it just all pressure? Does it feel worse coming from one place versus another? Or is it just all in one basket of pressure?
I guess the intellectual side of me says it's all one. What we do to each other is just, white supremacy once or twice or 3 times removed, in my opinion. But then taking that hat off and talking as just a regular person, to me, it hurts more when your own people do it to you. I remember, I'll give a quick example, back when I was dating, I remember I was such, I guess now people would call it a simp or whatever. But I was just trying to figure the ladies out, I was nice, I was kind,
You were being a good guy. How about that? How about you were just being a good guy?
Just a good guy, I guess. A good guy. But the first person that, but a lot of the ladies that I was dealing with at that time, that was the first time somebody asked me, "Are you gay?" Because you're, you don't want anything from me and you're listening and you're kind. Or when I would share my emotions to a young lady, she would call me a bitch and stuff like that. You don't be, you gonna cry now? Are you gonna cry? It was the first person who told me that was a sister, right? And not saying that other groups don't do that. The only people I've ever dated are Black women, right? So, I think there's a certain kind of pain you get when it's done by folks of your own race. Even with men, it's the same thing about how we're sometimes masculine with each other, and we don't want to talk to each other a lot about what's going on with us, or sometimes we rather choose violence than talk it out. All of those things play into, how we deal with each other on a daily basis in our relationships.
JP, what do you think about that? Because I see your finger up.
Yeah, what Jonathan is speaking on is true. As a Black man, It's rough. You live in a world. Black men live in a world where nobody give a fuck about them. Excuse my language. Don't nobody care about black men. No one, not even black men, and that's even sad. But you know, so what we've been doing, trying to find other avenues to replace what we lack, and that's how we go to sell it. We go to drugs, we go to alcohol, even in our behaviors. We try to win approvals a whole lot. A lot of times with my anxieties, I'm gonna be for real. To be honest, my anxieties didn't kick in until everything started going good for me.
Anxiety kicked in, like, oh, shit's going too good. Something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Right? Because we can all identify with that. Like that moment where I feel like, wow, like things are finally going to plan, right?
He hit the nail on the head, because most people think it's this fear of anxiety when you feel like you're inadequate and things are going wrong, but it's actually that phobia and fear of, wow, this is too good to be true. So I might find some way to F it up. Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what happens with relationships as well. And that's why I'm saying the mental health of relationships, of like seeing toxic relationships, whether it was your family, your friend, something you've seen on social media or TV, and then you be in something healthy, maybe, and you're like, okay, he's not lying, or, you know, she's honest and she's open, like something got to be wrong with this. Mm-hmm. Right?
Kayla, yes, you bring up, that's good. You know what? That's the thing where, you know, we've all heard someone say like, this guy is too nice, or this woman is too, you know, transparent, or whatever the case may be. We've heard people say similar things about that. And I think that speaks to that same situation where people are like, wait a minute, this is weird. I think a lot of people get very comfortable in trauma. They get very comfortable in dysfunction. So when things are going functionally and somebody is coming to you, telling you in a healthy way, like, this is what I need, this is what these are my boundaries or whatever. Sometimes people are like, wait, are they being condescending? Wait, are they trying to act like I'm, you know, this or that? Wait a minute, you know, because a lot of people don't have those skills and those strategies to even recognize when something is healthy, because so many people grow up in a situation where not nothing necessarily, but many things are not healthy in terms of communication, and they don't see that. So a lot is just like read between the lines. Maybe they know what I'm talking about. This is what I meant. You should have known what I meant. But then when you meet somebody who's straight up, it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? I think that's really interesting, Kayla, because I definitely think that.
And I think that affects people's mental health too. Because instead of just enjoying the moment with the person, you're in your head doing all these backflips of like, well, what if da-da-da-da, and what does that mean? And what is he really trying to say? like you know, instead of just enjoying the moment. And then we have these conversations about this gender war, and men mad at women and women are mad at men, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what is really going on? Like, are we all in our heads, or are we here together? I don't even know anymore, you know?
Yeah, whenever people say someone's too nice, I'm like, what? What does that mean?
But that's the thing, Kay. I've heard women say like he's too nice.
I've heard people say it. I just always
But they have trauma.
Exactly. I mean, people have trauma, no shade, no, you know, judgment. But whenever I hear people saying like someone's too nice or someone is too, you know, any good quality, I'm like, wait a minute. And that's a problem, because what? Why do you want someone not to be nice? Wait.
I want to add this to that. Like, before all of that, I don't know if jail had a lot of effect on my life, but I felt more at ease outside of having women and just doing what I want to do, wear my own clothes and stuff. But jail felt more at ease for me. I don't know if I've been in there too many times. But it's a feeling. It's a feeling. It's a feeling when you've been released from jail or prison, whatever. They call your name to get released. You get this anxious feeling. You can't wait to touch down. For me, it felt like I haven't been released yet. Because now I know for a lot of people that have never been locked up before, they do a lot of stuff that I know for a fact that could get them booked. And what I mean by book, locked up. And with me, by me being in jail so many times for damn near everything I do, I'm walking on eggshells. So I wanted to go back because now I got kids and stuff. So when I'm traversing through life, it's like I'm tiptoeing. I don't want to break no laws. But the thing is, there's so many laws. And one thing about a black man, we can't make mistakes. You know how they say everybody makes mistakes. You get past it and do it again. You get a second chance, all that stuff. As a black man, there's no such thing as you human. There's no such thing as a second chance. One wrong move could get you in prison for the rest of your life, or just get you booked, period, or get you deleted. So, and by me knowing that, and by me experiencing and witnessing all of this, I think that would really like all that pressure. So when I moved out of my city and I went to a city that was kind of good. I'm making good money. I got my own crib. I got a nice car. I got all the women I wanted. I'm talking about everything was just going too perfect. Next thing you know, that's when I start feeling like anxious, like, what the fuck? I'm more used to negativity. I feel more relaxed if worrying about a bullet than worrying about a paycheck. You know, with no troubles, ain't nothing going on. So what I used to do, that was in 2014, 2015, I hung around people that will still have those behaviors. I hung around people because that's who I felt more comfortable and relaxed with. I hung around the people that wasn't really doing nothing with their lives but messing it up. And I didn't want to hang around, the people that was doing something productive because that's scary. Financial success can be scary for a lot of folks.
JP, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I've heard similar sentiments shared by different people before. Now that you're where you are, looking back, do you think that some of the anxiety was brought on because of like a fear of success? Like, oh my goodness, maybe I won't measure up. Maybe I won't be able to do it. Like that type of thing? Or was it something different?
Oh, you said what you say now? You said fear.
So like when you just said something like you felt more comfortable around people who were doing, committing certain crimes and whatnot versus people who were living a life on the up and up or whatever, trying to get a certain level of success. So like looking back now from where you are right now, would you say that you felt less comfortable around people who were like trying to go to school and get certain jobs? Do you think that the reason that you felt less comfortable around them was because you felt like inadequate yourself? Like maybe I won't measure up, or maybe I won't, be able to? Like, what was the reason?
For me, I think I always had some sort of confidence, especially being around a certain type of people. I do understand, like when you get around certain type of people, and a change is scary. If you've been around this type of way for so long, then you get around, like when I first came here, I'm witnessing all these black people that look like me, never experienced almost half of the stuff I experienced. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, y'all didn't experience this? And then when I'm bringing up this stuff, I'm like, I'm getting looked at like I'm crazy. I'm like, this is normal. Like, what kind of? I start looking at. Then I'm like, man, them the white black folks. I'm like, those are the white black folks. Those are the ones that house ninjas. But That's how that was going through my mind. I'm like, man, they must have never experienced nothing. Like, if they look at me crazy, I ain't even been through half of the stuff that I know other people done been through, especially black women. Black women done been through the women that I know, they done been through a lot. And even the black, especially black men, because black men, I feel like black men, we go through the worst. Like, don't nobody like black men.
So I kind of wanted to discuss a little bit in terms of the difference, because it was brought to my attention that, you know, just looking at other people who I may know or be affiliated with or whatever, who have been in the system and have come out, but have chose a different route. So I really wanted to discuss like the difference between those who are enabled by those fears and those who are able to figure it out. Like, what do we, Miss Jovo, what do you really think is the difference in those two? Because I know people who have got out of jail, gotten together, gotten on track, doing very well, better than some people who did go to jail. And then there's others who just like haven't been able to figure out or go back to that life, whatever they were living before. So what's like the differentiator? Like,
I think it's transition. I mean, and Jay Prince, and the panel, just to give y'all a little background, I've worked probably in minimum and maximum security off and on at least a good 5 years out of my career. And I actually manage a court program here in Georgia now where I'm trying to reduce recidivism, reduce, black men actually having, minor possession charges, these things. I'm trying to get brothers back on the street and get help versus locking them away in cages. Not to say that I'm against total incarceration, but Jay Prince made a point, and I've seen it with my own eyes, and and salute to you, because that experience of being in for a period of time and then transitioning out into society, when we know that the world changes 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes at a time, it's not easy at all. I think it's based on transition. A lot of times with the brothers that I've worked with, I have encouraged them to seek some type of mentorship, some type of programming, something that has grabbed their interest while they were in the inside, to find someone who is kind of either on their level or above, or kind of where they want to be in terms of their goals and where they see themselves going. Find something that you can connect to on the outside. And part of my job was actually helping them here in Georgia find something, whether it's how am I going to stay sober? Well, let me link you up with this brother in this program. Or, Miss Mosley, I want to drive trucks when I get out. Okay, let's look at this program, this school. What do you need? Transition is so important. And I think that when people, make blanket statements like, well, if I can do it, you can do it. Or if I was able to do this. Jay Prince just made a good point. When you have lived a life, when your life history factors spell out, this is what I was exposed to growing up. And then you have somebody like me, because I've been guilty of it, working inside of the jail. And they're like, well, this is all you have to do. It's not like that. Transition is everything. Having some type of transitional plan is so important, and where people kind of, I guess, and Jay Prince, you might can speak to this. The transition doesn't start when you know you're about to be released. The transition starts from day one, when you start serving that time. How do I not get back in this situation again? I think a lot of times we know how to talk about how people get somewhere, but evoking change in someone and probing them to talk about what would be the benefits of me, actually trying it this way this time, and adding to that list as you're conversing with that person, that's motivating them to see that change is possible. And it sounds like to me, Jay Prince, that maybe that's something that happened with you. I wanted to ask you that. Was there anybody in your life that, they were evoking change in you, which they kind of pushed you to identify, okay, these are the benefits if I continue on the path I was on versus this new path I want to go on? You know, did you add to that? Did you have a list of benefits that kind of motivated you to stay on the straight and narrow, if you will?
Yes, when I start having kids and stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that, and but it was before I thought I had kids, or whatever. I used to walk around and want to go to jail. I didn't want to be out, you know, in free world. I mean, I wanted to be in a free world as far as like, I get to have women, I get to have money, I get to do all this other stuff, but that stuff get old.
Can you
It
expound
does.
on wanting to go back to the jail part? Because I loved what Mrs. Jovo brought up about transitions, because I think a lot of the transition is like not on point at all in terms of the U.S. System of justice or whatever we want to call it. The transitional periods, they're not. I don't think they're very effective. That's why the recidivism rates are so high. Like, once you're out, you're gonna probably go back. Like, there's a huge percentage of people that go back. So, like, JP, it's interesting that you're saying that. Like, man, I wanted to go back. So, can you speak more to that so that we can, so that people can understand your experience?
This gonna sound weird, but I wanted to go back to fight to get back out.
Because you found that you were good at that. Let me just say that.
Yeah,
you found that you were good at that, because let's talk about it, JP. Prior to going in, it was like your lifestyle was, I can survive. I know how to wiggle my way out of this. I know how to wiggle my way into this. And I know how to meet my basic needs doing it, whatever it was that you were doing.
Right.
So then it was like, I want to go back because I can show myself and I can show other people I'm good at this. You can't keep a good brother down. And people go with what they know, and sometimes we ridicule people about that in our culture. We see it now with kind of the manosphere and their attitude about the single mom, or the woman who has been in multiple relationships and have multiple kids. Why does she keep doing this? Why does she keep doing this? People do what they know. So when no one has ever probed them to say, hey, I see something in you, let's talk about the benefits of you doing something different. If no one has ever said that, then just what he just said, I'm going to love to go back in and come back out.
You stay
because I'm good at that. I'm good at that. And when I feel like I'm good at something, it excites me internally. It gets people's minds off of kind of that tip of the iceberg, because I always describe people as icebergs. Icebergs are bigger on the bottom, smaller on the top. Values, beliefs, thoughts, I can actually expose people to that because I'm good at surviving. I'm good at doing this and getting back out and getting back on my feet. I could be laying in the cell on Thursday. Come Monday, I got a job, I got a crib, and I got a car. I'm good at that. And then when you do it multiple times and you start to figure out, I got to find something else to get good at, what do we do as society? We label you as this repeat offender, or you'll be back. And we never ask the question, what's been the benefits of you going back in and coming back out? Because that's what I've asked my clients. We have to start really probing people to talk about change and how to benefit them instead of labeling them. Some people want to call it victim Olympics, but let's just talk about it. If we're going to really talk about it, some people do the ish that they do because they're good at doing it. Even with men and infidelity, women with infidelity, it's like a high to them. It's like a high. So I feel good about it. I've gotten away with it.
Jail, are you really that good? Because the criminals that I know are good have been criminals for years consecutively and are not in jail.
Well, it depends.
That would be an indication to me
that
if you're going back and forth from jail, that would be an indication to me that you are not good.
I think what JP said about
you wear it almost like a badge of honor. Like JP. I don't know where you're from, but it's probably people who are right under you, younger than you, your same age. They got this level of respect for you. And for you, sometimes it might be trivial. Why they respect me so much? And then it's just like what you just said. I get good at going back in and coming back out. And so for a little while, and I don't know if it was multiple times for you. I know I've worked with multiple offenders, and I've had offenders
33
tell
times.
me,
33 times of being incarcerated.
Yeah.
How long were you in? Don't mind sharing. I'm just curious.
Mm-hmm.
If I was to had to add up all of those times being incarcerated, if I was to add up all those, I would say close to about 5 years.
Okay. And if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
36.
You said 36?
Yeah.
Okay. Think about the percentage math-wise of your life that you were incarcerated. If you do the math, you think about the percentage of a 36-year lifetime. And you've been in, you said like a total of 5 years. 5 years is how many months, y'all?
About
like what?
I don't know, but it's giving Miami 12 or 13%.
That sounds like a little number, but that's a big number when you talk about age. You talk about maybe how old you were when you first got incarcerated. Where you were incarcerated.
How much time?
Because that's a big deal.
Each.
Right.
Like that transition to getting out to getting back on is very can be daunting as well. So it's like low key.
Right.
Not a part of it, but like.
Right. Because the good I'm describing and Jay Prince kind of, you might know where I'm going with this a little bit. The good I'm describing is that survival, that lifestyle good. Whereas if you on a certain tier, if you able to survive and keep going in and out, and for us who haven't been in and out, we may not identify with that. But just, I'm thinking about the people that I've worked with. That's what I'm thinking, because they're processing it in a different way, and that's the mark I think that we miss with the mental health treatment with those that have been incarcerated. Because I could almost bet, Jay Prince, that while you were inside, depending upon where you did your time, no one really confronted you first about, well, what's going on with you? Your thinking process, how were you feeling? It was more so, why'd you do that?
It's reactive instead of proactive.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That's a huge issue. And just as an educator, I see this like the reactive aspect versus the proactive aspect is a huge.
It is
huge. This is why people go down certain paths in life. Like, that time isn't taken in certain areas where it could be very beneficial, from childhood through adulthood, to kind of stop the person and say, look, let's redirect like what's going on. Let's figure out what we can do. Why is this happening? I think a lot of us, especially in our community, there's this whole thing about just, okay, that's just how it is. That's what I said. Just do it. We're not going to have a conversation about this. Like, I think that whole mindset is very detrimental and harmful, because then when people get old enough, they don't have the tools that they need to navigate the world in a way that's productive and that keeps them out of trouble. Not everyone, of course, but some people are very much affected by this, and we see it regularly.
Incarceration and being in, and to go back to Kayla's original question about relationships, when you're in a relationship where that person is not good at self-care, you're not good at self-care, you guys keep trying to prioritize the relationship, but nobody has a relationship with themselves. Okay, now hold that thought. When I start working out of the prison system, when my last day, the next week, because my belief is every good therapist has a therapist, I went back to see my therapist. I can only imagine what it was like for Jay Prince. I was working behind the wall and I needed therapy. But then we have the nerve to say, oh, a lot of them don't need therapy. They need discipline. I was working there. I was not an offender. And I knew from the cues and the things, that
And
I
then if we
needed
talk
to.
about the parenting,
Yeah.
just like we talked about last week when Logic was trying on Let's Talk, and Logic was trying to make it a point that instead of just telling your kids, don't do this, or this is what you should do, having conversations with your kids, understanding their perspective, where they're coming from, that kind of parenting could also yield to better mental health versus do what I say, shut your ass up. Like that
Right.
is not.
And even with the gender, even with the relationships,
growing up with these toxic traits when that's how they were raised, and people are continuously, even in 2022, perpetuating that type of parenting.
Even with the gender situation with men versus women, and I'm always saying that society finds a way to divide Black men and women. They design it, and then we kind of bite the bait sometimes. Even with what you're saying as it relates to men and women. Do you know how much progress we would make if we actually had some empathy and and conversed with each other about what we're thinking, what we're feeling, each other's value systems? Because I think a lot of times when you start dating, that kind of excitement, I call it when you're lighting the dynamite, that little spark. We get so excited about the spark that we don't ask the other questions. Like, what does this person value? How do they protect what they value? Are they into self-care like I am? I've gotten my healing. I have a therapist and counselor. Have they ever been in that type of situation? And so when we don't gauge that and we don't do that, then you're gonna see, some very explosive and very toxic relationships happen. Mental health treatment starts with self. It really does start with self. So
I just want to say this right quick.
All right, after you, JP, we're gonna get to Jonathan. So he can
to Jonathan. Okay. With the jail thing, right? Most Black people, biggest two fears that most Black people have is death or prison or being locked up. So when I start going to jail in the beginning, I'm like, okay, I'm here. I finally made it. I'm locked up though, but I'm here. So you done took away that fear away from me. And if you done took the prison fear of going and being locked up incarcerated, you took that fear away from me. Now what you did was created me to be a monster. Because I already know at the death, I'm not gonna know I'm dead or not. That I'd rather be dead than be locked up. That's torture. So after that, like, what else can you do to me? You can't do nothing to me. Nothing. So what it did was it made me a monster, especially in my early 20s. Like, I did a lot of stuff. I didn't get caught, thank God, but I totally regret as I got older, and now I'm starting to calm down. And now I'm thinking about, because my aunties used to tell me, my mom used to tell me I was always a problem child. Since I've been alive, I've been a problem. They said, she like, boy, the stuff that you be doing is going to catch up with you. You're going to reap what you sow. And I lived a violent life my whole life. My whole life been violent. It's not that I went up there and try to look for violence. I never used to look for violence. Violence used to come to me. And you don't know how scared that most people, that when you look at me, you look at a person that's real violent, you be like, man, he just tough. No, those people are scared.
So if they're scared, what is preventing them from making a new choice versus making an old choice that has already shown that there aren't really good results?
Okay, for an example, like I've been jumped majority of my life. Every time I got into a physical altercation, it's always be the guy that nobody else won't fight, or it be multiple people at one time. Before the fight, especially when I was getting jumped, before the fight, you be all scared, your knees shaking and stuff like that. But it's something in my heart that said, man, Fuck them niggas. Fuck you. Let's get it. And before you know it, we up there fighting. And the actual fight ain't nothing. It's actually before the fight. Before the fight is when you be all scared because you don't know how you gonna turn out, and if you gonna die, they gonna kill you right here. They gonna beat your brains in. You be thinking the worst. But when you finally do get into it, you be like, okay. Especially when I first started fighting and stuff, I was like, okay, this ain't shit. And before, I mean, my little bruises hurt. My little bruises, it hurt. But during the fight, you don't. I mean, you're not really, you know. And then before you know it, I got addicted to it. And then on top of that, that's how I was getting women. A lot of women looked at me like I was a protector. I used to love fighting in front of women because, you know, after I get done fighting, don't let me win. I come back after I win that little fight. I be feeling all good and confident. The women especially the women that didn't like me at first because they thought I was soft because I used to laugh a lot. People used to want to fight me a lot because I was a happy type of person. I used to always laugh, but I was also a dangerous person. Like at the same time, but I never wanted that type of stuff. Like if I can help it, I would prevent it. But I'm not gonna duck it neither. And so that's how that was. But now I'm 36 years old, finna be 37. Like, okay, I can't keep doing this. But that mindset, like if I go to a bar or a club or something, by me having all those altercations with people, my shoes stay tied up tight. Like people like, why you tie up your shoes tight? It's a normal, natural thing, and I feel uncomfortable in clubs and bars because for one, there's too many people, and I done been in situations where there's too many black people. When there's too many black people, it's something to pop off, especially when there's alcohol. It's this crazy music. It's this music, and it's you know, when you listen to the beat make you feel like you tough, you know, and then you I'm kind of scared to even talk to women in clubs. A lot of times I won't even talk to women in clubs because I know she might got somebody else looking at her that want her. He gonna get mad. Don't let him see me winning her. He gonna get mad before you know it. He came with a group of people. So if I let's just say if I try to approach you, Kayla, and you feeling me and stuff, other niggas is watching. They don't like that. A lot of people they be saying,
I'm confused because what does that mean? If you're trying to talk to me, I'm feeling you, you're feeling me. Why would other men be involved?
Because they wanted you. They just didn't. But
I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you. So what?
But Kayla, this is his trauma speaking.
People gonna start something. They're gonna start something.
Exactly.
Okay. So when I look at this, and something that's come to my attention is that this is not really a race thing. I genuinely think that this, and at first I was like, but I genuinely think this could possibly be a class thing. Because when we look at not just Black people, whether it's Hispanic people, whether it's white people in trailer parks, that kind of behavior is synonymous across all those racial groups. But if you increase the class, I think that across all the racial groups in a different social economic class, things just don't work like that, whether you're Black, white, Hispanic. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta correct you.
Wait, things to lose. They move around differently.
So,
even mental health wise, I think it's somewhat of a class thing because lower class, the pressures of just living your everyday life are more intense if you don't know when you're going to eat next, if you can pay your rent, if you have to make a decision between paying the light bill or paying for your kid to go, you know, that stuff affects the mental health versus knowing that I'm going to come home, I'm going to be safe, I'm going to have food, I'm going to take a hot shower. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that the social economic class very much so affects mental health.
I
What do
mean,
you guys think?
I think that's true, but I think what you're doing is you're trying to scale it, and it's not scale. Like there's no more or less. It's a uniqueness of experience. So it's not something that you can necessarily measure against somebody who may have grown up and had 3 meals a day and lived in a nice house. It's just like, to me, when I hear Jay talk, I'm hearing him talk about his context and his logic. Exactly. I'm not necessarily hearing like, this is what happens in these communities and in this place.
But isn't
his
it
logic in his particular community?
But isn't it though? Whether it's
it's not.
Community,
it's really not though. It's really not. It's behavior is predicted by life history and lifestyle factors. Life history, your experiences, what Jonathan is talking about, and then you got lifestyle factors, how you live and what you do on a day-to-day basis in terms of your social group, in terms of your behavior and how you interact and engage with others, things of that nature, right down to the job you work or where you live. So his experience is his experience. Again, the way that I would encourage someone in terms of, we want to talk about the healing process and how do I start moving past my trauma, I have to really start examining my life history and lifestyle factors, and the cost and benefits of the things that I actually have control over now, which are those lifestyle factors, and the difficulty of changing my lifestyle. And the difficulty.
It all comes down to choices.
It comes down to choices, but it also, Kayla, comes down to, I have to kind of see what is going to be difficult about me changing. Because remember, he shared his life history with us. He shared his incarcerations. It's not going to be some, well, I need to make better choices. It's okay. What are first we got to evoke, a person to make those better choices, and then have them look at the benefits so they continuously, it's a progressive thing.
But why do we have to invoke people to make better choices? If you made a choice and there's a negative, everything in life has a consequence. Every energy you put out, even just being nice,
but do you
put out,
do you see how you know that?
You make a choice and it has a negative response. Why would you make that choice again?
But do you see how you said that because you know that and that has been your experience? What I'm saying is not everybody has had that experience.
If the stove's hot and I touch it and it's hot, I'm not gonna touch it. I mean,
you won't. But then when you think about people who've been incarcerated, if I think about people who I've dealt with process addictions and with certain different types of diagnosis, like bipolar disorder, for instance. Bipolar disorder, one of the symptoms of mania are a series of impulsive actions. They're not looking at consequences. They're getting high off of touching the stove, and you can sit here and tell them like 3,000 times that stove is hot. Okay. And I know, and I guess because I work in it, I don't think it sounds too far-fetched, but for some of these people, you have to probe them to think about, okay, it's not me telling you not to touch the stove. It's you exploring on your own why not touching that stove is going to benefit you. Because Black people have been the poster people for preaching, for lecturing, for shaming, for blaming. And we're really in the same place. We haven't really gotten a lot, done with the preaching, the shaming, and the blaming. But through my experience and letting, people know that they have options and encouraging them to make the choice, then this is where I get to see the healing. I tell all of my clients front street, it's not my job to tell you not to get high. It's not my job to tell you not to do drugs. But what I will do is give you some information and some skills where you can start to explore, okay, if I use this skill and I have a conversation with people who are invested in my healing, how will this benefit me? Then I might make some choices that are different from what I've done before in the past. It's not just black and white. It's not victim Olympics. It's none of that. It's really honestly understanding that healing and change happens. It's a process. It's 5 stages of change.
I don't want it to come off like I don't understand. I have family members that have been incarcerated. I have family members that even still currently have drug issues. But I don't know, because like in 2022, the way that resources are available to us is so different. It just makes me want to get a better understanding of like why people make the same. I mean, I can understand it. We can all say, hey, like you've dated take it to relationships. You dated a guy that was trash, and then you dated the next guy. He was also trash, right? And you say, hey, I need to make better decisions. But there is also self-accountability in that, and saying
it is
that last guy was trash, and you've seen these flags, but you want to call it 6 flags, and you went along with it anyway, versus saying like, I don't know why I keep picking trash guys. Like there has to be some level of self-accountability that you're
right.
Men. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying is that there has to be a balance between the environment, how you were raised, and hey, you don't know what you don't know, and the decisions I made, the consequences are behind them, and what I learned from that, and what I need to do different. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hence what I said. Hence what I said earlier about understanding your life history factors, those things that have happened that you can't go back and change, and making those different from this is what I'm doing now and how I'm living now. How is this connected to the things that have happened and I can't control? How do I get some power and accountability to say, okay, I want to change what's going on right now? And people have to be encouraged or evoked for change sometimes. Not everybody. I've seen people who they suffer one negative consequence when it comes to drugs and alcohol, and they haven't touched it since, versus someone who may have been in rehabilitation 3 and 4 times over. You know, it's really about being able to confront defense mechanisms, really examining how you live and what you do, because some people think they know how they live and what they do, and they don't really know. They're not really taking the time to examine that. They're not understanding that there's a separation between my personality, those things that I've learned, my ego, and who I actually am on the inside. You know, so that's why I say it's a process.
And also,
the healing is a process.
Better for us, because unfortunately we don't have safety nets. That there are white people that are doing the same stuff, dealing with the same things, but they have safety nets of people that will bail them out and help them out. But we don't have that, and it sets us back. And so I just want better. I don't know.
Can y'all hear me right now? Because somebody said something. Right. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So I wanted to just quickly touch on what you brought up, Kayla, about the class issue. And I mean, I get that certain things might be seen as certain class issues. I don't know. But like while you were saying that, I was thinking about just because the specific actions might not be the same doesn't mean that the same baseline like feeling isn't there. Like in certain upper echelon gatherings or whatever, people still have a competitive spirit. People still might be like worried about what somebody else is thinking in some aspect. It might not be the same as in like a certain, other situation, but those same basic human feelings are there. Like, I don't want us to be drawing a line between,
No, you're right. You're right. But don't you think those things kind of turn into first world problems?
I mean,
like those things that people of upper echelon, outside of family trauma and things like that,
collar
those
crime,
everyday things like, do I have enough? Blah blah blah.
Like
those things kind of.
Well, I don't think it's about having enough or not having. To me, it's about access. It's not necessarily about income status, because there are certain places in the world where people can be broke, but they still have access to education, healthcare, and jobs.
Which is class,
right?
It still doesn't.
It's not necessarily. Well,
it's social economic class. The availability to the type of education you have, period, is social economic class. It's what tax bracket and what city do you live in and the taxes that are paid there to provide the type of public education. That's literally social economic class.
But when you were talking
if you
about
live in this neighborhood, you just don't have access to that. You know
but
what
you
I'm saying?
Were talking about JP's experience with like being paranoid about people looking at him.
Well, I was speaking more in general. I genuinely was not speaking about his particular.
Right. I know you weren't like specifically, but like, I mean, that was what sparked that thing, like, oh, certain class of people do this or that. When you were saying that, I was thinking like every class has their different things that they do that are comparable, if that makes sense. It might be something different. It might be the same thing. It might just be expressed a different way. But I think that people in general have human emotions, human worries, human, you might not be worried about where your next meal is coming from. You might not be worried about if you're gonna, go to jail about something, a certain thing, but you're still worried. You know what I mean? Like there's different worries that different people have in different situations. And I just wanted to make sure that we weren't making it as if, and I'm not saying this is what you were doing, but this is what I was thinking. I want to make sure we're not making it as if like different classes of people like have less or more worries. I think they're just about different things.
But the worries are different.
Yeah, they're about different
worries of I don't have a dress to wear to so and so. This is a big moment for me. Blah blah. Those are totally different worries than I don't have food to feed my kids. It's mental aspect of it. We've normalized those worries being the same. But again, it's first world problems. If you don't figure out a dress, you'll be okay, and that should not affect your mental health. But if it does. That's the first world problem because I don't have food. So if you're letting something like that affect your mental health, you need to get a reality check.
If I can interject, when I see mental illness, I think of symptoms. So, being someone who has worked in privatized care and worked in state mental health and community mental health, the worries may be different, but sometimes where we miss the mark is we're not willing to meet people where they are. And so I still, as a provider, and I'm not saying you guys have to do this as a member of society, but it might be helpful. But as a provider, I have to meet that person where they are with their list of anxieties and worries. And then over time, we start the process. Okay, what's a priority and a desire? What's a priority and a need versus a want and a desire in terms of outcomes you want to see? I think one of the barriers in people actually getting the mental health treatment that they need is the lack of people who are willing to meet people where they are, especially in our community. We minimize our traumas so much because I can come from, this first class family, well-known family. And I might be this 17, 18-year-old daughter in the family who has a lot of anxiety about being accepted into quote unquote the right school. And then I might, just be someone who is from the other side of the tracks. And I have anxiety about even making it to tomorrow. For me, it's really about how do I get these two young ladies to their goals? Not so much about the content of the worry and having them to, because you don't want to come off as being dismissive. And that's me as a provider now. That's not you guys as general public, but I'm just telling you my experience with providing to others. It's beneficial when we start meeting people where they are, and then we process with them, okay, maybe the dress for the party next week is not so much, your life is going to fall apart if you don't pick out the right dress, but not shaming them for having that worry or anxiety because that's their reality.
Exactly.
I kind of think that's what Jonathan was were you kind of touching on that, Jonathan, a little bit?
Yeah, it's their reality. It's like, it's internal. So if it's real to them, it's real to them.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean that doesn't take away from the fact that it's
that there are worse situations.
It just means it's real to them.
Exactly. Like, oh my goodness. Whenever people talk about like things that are worse or whatever, it's like, because think about it, like even with kids, people will say, oh, that's not that big a deal. But to that kid, that the world has just ended.
It's a big deal.
We cannot minimize someone's, and I'm not saying that this
but we have to fix it.
I'm not saying
but we have to fix it. When I'm hearing that kids
we do have to fix it.
But when kids are hurting themselves because someone was talking bad about you at school, and I think about the experiences that my mother dealt with just going to school on the bus where white kids were stoning the buses on the way to school, and you're telling me you're having a nervous breakdown and you want to kill yourself because somebody said something bad about you. We got to get the mental health bandwidth. I don't know what's going on, but the mental health bandwidth has to come up, because the stuff that our families and our ancestors went through and were able to push forward, and you're telling me that like things like, oh, I'm not cool on Instagram, I don't have likes, I don't have followers.
But I mean that's their but that's their reality. But that's their reality. Like and until you kind of put,
you're not cool on Instagram, like
well, not even that, but not even that. It's when you look at it, and just like I said, not directing this towards you guys as the general public, but me as a provider, when I look at that and I hear someone tell me, you know, the influences that social media might have on their mental health, and we're processing that, I have to listen to that and kind of get an idea from them. Okay, how did this become your reality? See, if they don't understand how that became their reality, then it's going to be hard for them to really try to heal. Now, I'm not minimizing what our ancestors went through, but I'm also not going to minimize what the new generation is going through. I think it's really about, okay, solution focus. Okay, let's brainstorm some ideas. Okay, because and Kayla, I feel where you're coming from, because socioeconomic status does play a role in mental health and access to mental health. It does play a role in mental illness. I don't want to really take away from, because you made a good point there. It does matter, but I just when I'm hearing clients and when I'm providing treatment, I don't want to discredit someone's reality, because I don't know what, you know.
That's not gonna help.
I'm thinking about, I think about these kids nowadays when I really think about their reality versus when I was like 15, 16 years old. There was no Instagram or Facebook. If me and Kay were in the hallway and she made a comment about my hair, that comment stayed in that hallway and rung in my brain maybe, but I didn't pick up a cell phone or look on YouTube and see like 90,000 negative comments about my hair repeatedly over and over and over again. And if I'm that kid that has nobody at my house to tell me, okay, these comments do not validate who you are, then I'm just saying I might adapt this as my reality, that, okay, now I hate my hair. I'm not saying that it's going to happen all the time, but that's just some of the stuff that we have to deal with, you know. But how do we fix it? I'm glad you said that, Kayla. How do we fix it? And we fix it by, one, having this conversation, but also, two, throwing out some ideas and not minimizing or discrediting each other's ideas as we're brainstorming what to do. You know, we got to be able to all come to the table and throw out some probable solutions, you know, which might be, you know, mentorship for kids, and really putting because I know I'm guilty of it. I used to say that all the time. We need to be mentoring more kids. And then one of my kids that I was working with, well, Ms. Mosley, who do you mentor? Okay, let me go find some kids to mentor. Like, we got to really start putting our foot to the pavement, you know, just how we're trying to tell these kids, okay, your reality is social media, but we're here on a YouTube platform talking about it. Now we got to go out there and actually put into action what we're talking about on the show. You know, whether it's mentoring, whether it's you know,
going to get
you know,
for yourselves.
There you go, that part right there. You know, handing out journals. I did that one Christmas. Everybody got a journal for Christmas.
That's a good idea.
Writing, so like, really, emotions. Yeah, writing out emotions, and really day to day how we're treating each other. Because in our culture, we have a tendency to do that. Like, girl, you ain't got no problems. I got problems. My light bill, $200. You talking about your dress. Yeah. Right. But
first of all, why are you leaving all them lights on? Because
that's what we do, right? Don't we do that? We do that. We blame and shame and point fingers, because that's what our ancestors did. And then think about the institution of slavery. Think about the institution of slavery. and what we were taught. It's not, and I'm not victimizing it because I saw some of the comments earlier. It's not the blame Olympics. I'm just telling you what the system has taught us how to do. It has systematically taught us how to point the finger at each other and blame each other and preach at each other and amen, hallelujah, you need to get your life together each other. But then when it's like
actually having real solutions.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you say, okay, what do we do? Then ain't nobody around to be found, you know.
Right.
Or if therapy doesn't work, if I'm telling you as a therapist, okay, for 3 weeks, I want you to practice one self-care regimen for the next 3 weeks. And then you come back in 3 weeks and I ask you, well, did you do that? Nah, I didn't do it. And then you come out of the session and say therapy doesn't work for Black people. Come on. What are we really talking about here? So
I mean, you know, we're definitely gonna circle back to the social media thing for sure. We kind of, you know, we talked about relationships a little bit. We got into a lot of other things, which I think were very important that we talked about during this conversation. The next topic that we're going to get into is what the thumbnail is about, Mary J. Blige and her whole situation and how that connects to mental health and how, you know, relationships can affect, you know, your mental health and things like that. I know that was the original question, but we kind of started talking about a lot of stuff, as we should.
Yes.
I think that conversation was very important for sure. But rest assured, we will get back to the social media thing because we definitely have to get deeper into that. So,
yes. But really quick, just want to shout out the super chats. Shout out to Sir Chai 87. Thank you so much. Shout out to Lioness. Thank you so much. Shout out to Lee Lacey. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to our new member, Michael. Thanks, Michael. Welcome, welcome. And let's go on. Go ahead, Kay.
So, Kayla, I know you're like the, you know,
the resident tea specialist.
Yes, exactly.
Got the tea. Okay.
So you have to give the rundown. You have to give, like, you know, the synopsis about what's going on in general, and then we'll talk about it.
The background part of the whole Mary J thing is that Mary J recently went on The Breakfast Club and she was speaking on how her mental health was affected greatly by her having to just do certain types of work, like going on tours, doing things like this in order to pay alimony to her ex-husband who cheated on her and left her and divorced her. And she had to pay alimony to him. I think it was 20 grand a month. Is that right, Kay? 20 grand a month. So she had to go on.
I think that's what it was.
Touring, doing all types of things just to make sure she had the money to pay him. And she didn't default, right? And so she was just talking about how this affected her mental health. So we want to definitely get into how relationships affect mental health.
Oh, Kayla's something's going on. Okay, but yeah, so we're gonna talk about that in terms of the whole Mary J situation. Have any of y'all like heard about that? I think Jovo, I heard you say something. Jonathan, we're gonna go to you first because you know, I was trying to go to you last in the other one, but yeah, so let's go to you first, Jonathan. What do you think about that situation with Mary J?
You might have to skip me because I
you don't know much about it
on that. All I know about it is that they were together for 15 years, right? And she had she was abused drugs and alcohol, and then she found out once she got. I don't know if he helped her get over that or she got over that herself, but after that, she found out he was cheating, and then she divorced him. But now she has to pay alimony for that.
So how do you think? What do you think about that? Like, just from your point of view, not even speaking necessarily specifically to her situation, because you might not know much about it. Neither do I. But how do you think that could affect someone if you know, are the one that makes the most money and the person did something to you, like they cheated on you, they did, you know, whatever it is that caused the relationship to end. And now you have to do extra work in order to,
so sorry, go ahead,
you know, support, you know, pay them alimony and whatnot. What do you think about that?
Of course, I mean, I'd be pissed off that it ended that way, and I had to pay. I think a lot of men experience having to pay alimony, you know. So, you know, of course, I think what she's experiencing is traditionally what men have been talking about for years.
Do you
she
think
has
it's
to experience that, and so does I think Halle Berry. She's another person I believe that has to pay alimony to her husband, and a couple of other women celebrities have to do that as well. And so now that they're experiencing it, they see that, oh no, my gosh, there's an issue with the court systems and outdated, you know, and these outdated systems and things like that. So I would definitely have an emotional response. I would definitely feel like I'm working and I'm not getting what I'm putting into it because I'm giving it to somebody else, you know. So, you know, personally, I definitely feel for her in that regard. But outside of that, I'm just like, you know, part of me is just like, I can't even be mad at it because
Jonathan, do you find
just like
he cheated on her? I feel like if you cheat, dude, I ain't paying you nothing. I mean, you left me. Why should I have to pay you?
I mean, I don't want to get into like the specific, because how do you
We ain't got no
define
kids.
cheating? Is it mental? Is it fit? Like, what are we?
We don't have
to
any
me, it's a
kids
lot.
and we grown.
It's just a
We
lot.
got married when we was real grown. So what do you need alimony for?
real grown?
I don't think it has anything to do with cheating. Legally speaking, is he has a right in this country, right, to live at a certain standard that he
I don't know.
lives
I feel
to.
like
That's
men
what
that
they
take
say.
alimony from women, they some bitches.
So Jonathan, you know what? The thing that I think is funny, not funny, haha, but funny, interesting about this whole situation is, or any situation where a woman ends up having to pay alimony or whatever, child support, any of that, men are all like, yeah. But then when it's them, it's like, oh no. Like, can we have some consistency? So Jonathan, do you find any sense of joy from her having to pay? Like, is this something where you're like, yes, finally a woman has to?
No.
Okay, because you know what? If I get it, like if it's, you know, people are looking at it like what's unfair and how should this be changed across the board. But the people that flip-flop and they're like, man, this is terrible when it's a man, but I'm so glad this woman has to do it. No, we need some consistency. We need some integrity. We need some actually standing on what you believe in. So like you, and I'm not saying you, because I don't think you find joy. I think that you're, you know, explaining the situation as it is.
Yeah, I don't find joy in it. I just read about it today. But from what I've heard other guys talk about, especially on like social media and other spaces, a lot of the guys that have had to pay alimony wish that many women would also be in their corner, but they said that they've experienced them they haven't experienced that. Instead, they've experienced, well, you should do that. Well, you know, you should have. It doesn't matter what happened. And so now it's like, well, now this is happening to her, and the ladies are mad. You know, where were you when we were mad? That's kind of what I've seen them talk about. Now, if it's right or wrong, who knows?
That's right. Listen, double standards. It is what it is.
Exactly.
I mean,
there are double standards. Literally, are there not many times on this network where you guys have told me it's not the same for women and men? Blah, 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 blah. So you know what? It's not the same for women and men. Y'all gotta pay. I don't think we should have to pay. Easy.
I got to rebut Kayla.
I mean, I think whoever
I think Kayla just talking.
I'm trolling, but I'm serious.
Yeah, it sounds like you're serious.
If
I think
someone makes
Kayla
the most money, I mean, you just got to be careful with
it. Whoever makes the most money, I'm just kidding. Whoever makes the most money should pay. But $20,000 a month? Ooh.
I mean, it depends how much money you're making. My thing is, I think that there are shout out to Mr. the lead attorney, the lead attorney. He kind of explained this to me a little bit. I think that there are some things that need to be reviewed in terms of the law about this. I think that more people should get maybe prenuptial agreements and things like that, so that this is all laid out ahead of time, especially if you're a person with a bunch of money. So,
boundaries in relationships, and people want to evacuate and let go of their boundaries when they get married. And shout out to Anton on you all's network. He said something similar to this before. Some people think that there's some kind of magical fairy dust that's sprinkled at the wedding ceremony where you feel like these things cannot happen to you. And they can happen. Okay. Disney jacked us up. You know, I've been married for 17 years. What I can tell you is that boundaries are healthy for a relationship, period, point blank. That's it.
Is it Disney? Is it Disney, or is it the selfishness that we've adopted into
it's boundaries. Let's explore, because I'm an MJB fan.
What makes you happy?
I'm an MJB fan, like since '94, since like when they discovered her singing in the mall. MJB has a history, if you really know her life story, a history of taking care of everybody around her. And see, we have adapted, and this is where it goes to the mental health part. We see, in Black culture, we're taught that if we don't share our wealth in some households, if we don't take care of our own, if everybody ain't on the come up when we don't come up, you selfish. You ain't feeding your people. You ain't putting your people on. We taught that. That's embedded in us. And MJB comes from kind of if you've heard some of her interviews before, the special that she did on the Amazon, the Prime, she talks about this, where everybody helped everybody. They literally came from nothing. So then that behavior is not just going to disappear when you become famous and you start making money. She was financing his lifestyle. I believe he has a young adult daughter that was on one of these reality shows. I think
Brianna,
growing up
on Love and Hip Hop. I mean, she was on
Growing Up Hip Hop.
Growing Up Hip Hop.
She would Mary J. Blige was actually kind of financing her lifestyle at some point. Yep. Some other members of his family. So then you go from
the members.
We in love and we get married, and baby, I got you when you got me, to this moment. There's a lot that happened. Okay, there's a lot that happened. I think that she should have just exercised stronger boundaries, especially when you're coming into a situation. Yeah, I honestly do think that. I think she should have had a better prenup. I know on the Breakfast Club interview, she talked about how she was going to not go on tour for a minute, and this actually she had no choice. She had to do shows to pay this alimony. But the thing is, you know, we talk about accountability. She kind of put herself in this situation because she should have set some boundaries.
Exercise better boundaries. Do you think that all those men that say marriage is a problem, they should just exercise better boundaries? That marriage isn't, you know what I'm saying? That it's the lack of boundaries.
I think in general, as people, we fall in love. We meet people. And then when they're not doing what we want them to do, then now we want to be selfish. Now we want to look out for self. You should have been looking out for self, and also finding you can look out for self and still be in a healthy relationship with somebody. Right. And we don't teach that enough. You can look out for yourself and still be in a healthy relationship. You cannot pour into an empty cup. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Mm-hmm. Meaning that if you don't have some sense of, okay, I value this, because, for instance, just told y'all I've been married. It'll be 18 years in May. Shout out to the hubby. Love you, babe. Okay. I've been married 18 years. I've had challenges as a wife and a mom. I value my identity as Jovo. Okay. As Jovonda, as not Mrs. Such and Such or not mommy, but me. I have had to find balance in obtaining personal identity, but also being a wife and a mom. Because there is a such thing, okay? But that's on me. That's not on him. That's not on my daughter. That's on me. I have to do the work to say, okay, this is how I'm going to maintain self-identity. You know, I'm going to practice self-care on these days of the week or the month. You know, I'm going to have me a spa day. You know, I'm going to do a trip where it's just going to be me, some other wives and moms, and it's just going to be about us for that weekend. You know, I have to do those things. I can't have my husband, you know, expecting him to say, well, babe, you need a break or you need to do this. I'm responsible for that initially. And so I think that, and then remember, Jonathan just mentioned this, Mary J. Blige is a member of the recovery community, meaning she's battled with addiction before.
She's had
do you know how, right? You know how important it is?
you know.
Yeah. She has done interviews and she has shared her struggles with cocaine and alcohol addiction. Dating all the way back to when she was dating what's his name? KC from Jodeci.
Oh.
Yeah. KC from Jodeci. They were together for a minute. And that was a very toxic relationship. And that relationship, since she's been down that road before, where somebody, you know, was not supporting her and maintaining healthy lifestyle choices, that goes back to what you said earlier, Kayla, about accountability. Okay, I've been there before, so now I see this pattern again. I need to set some boundaries.
I already seen this. This look familiar.
Mary J. Blige's ex-husband. Mary J. Blige's ex-husband was not. I forgot what you said, Miss Jovo, about the lifestyle choices. He was not.
I believe he was supportive, but then when you think about, like she said, the money aspect, because you know some people feel obligated to stay with you when they've held your hand through rehab, and now you making, you know, I can't remember what album it was or what point she was in her career, but you know, Mary kind of hit it big. Like, okay, she is definitely now the queen of hip hop and, you know, R&B. So now it's like, okay, now you're in another tax bracket.
But while she felt obligated, he also could have used that as a.
That's what I'm saying. So then,
I was there for you, so now you need to.
So now you need to pay me back for this support that I offered. That could have.
That he was cheating on her then. You know what I'm saying? Or didn't want her then. But saying,
and see, that's
this is a good come up. I'm gonna stay by her side, and then she ain't gonna have no choice but to make sure I'm paid because I stayed with her through all her drama. Blah 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 blah. But I don't know.
And see, it's all those unknowns. And I think, you know, if you listen to her music and you know her history, now she's in this place. She just dropped a new album. Good album.
And it's good too.
It's a good album.
It's good.
But this, everybody has a coping skill. Everybody has a mechanism on how they deal with stuff. Mary's has always been what? Them albums.
Right.
But see, now, you know, you getting older. You kind of making mention to, okay, I have to go on these shows. I have to go to these shows to pay this alimony. So then she looks well and she lives a more healthier lifestyle, but she is getting older. She's getting more into acting now because she's on the show on Stars.
Power.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So her direction and her focus is probably shifting. Okay. She's probably thinking about, okay, do I need to do something different? But now this is kind of been a barrier. So I think she should have said, you know, better boundaries, you know, and I think when you talk about alimony and how divorces end, I think you cannot talk about marriages ending without talking about poor boundaries. So not to monopolize the conversation. I'm sorry, I'm such a big Mary J. Blige fan, but just I wanted to, you know, make that point because you got to understand your patterns of behavior to understand why you're doing and dealing with certain things now.
I like to add, how much do he get child support and stuff like that, Jonathan?
They didn't have kids, right?
Oh, they didn't?
No, they were, like I said, they was
both. What about paying
grown.
What about paying?
They both was like in their 40s, grown when they got married. They wasn't no.
So Kayla, you don't think he
had a job? Like
Wait, Kayla, you don't think he deserved pain and suffering from had to deal with all that alcohol? And
he cheated on her
because you don't know what she did.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, and this is the conversation I had with my grandmother the other day. Right? You did stuff for your grandkids, and now that you're older, while they should help you and do things for you, they're not obligated to do so. Either you was doing that out of the kindness of your heart, or you weren't. You can't do something and then say, "Oh well, now you're obligated to do da 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 for me." These years later, you
managing expectations.
Isn't that lady's chief argument though? Isn't that
right? Hold on. Let me clear.
But what I'm saying is that's his chief argument in terms of like being with her. But for him to say he deserves alimony, but because he was by her side as her husband, like he's supposed to do, as if he was doing something special. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what husbands do. It's supposed to be death do you part, sickness, health, all that stuff is what you're supposed to do as a husband. But now you're saying that you think you deserve that woman putting her mental health and physical health at risk to go on tour to pay you $20,000 a month that you can live well under that. But to pay you 20 grand a month because you was by her side doing husband duties when you was a husband?
Hold on, Kayla. Wait a minute. Okay, I just want to give my little part to that. You know who you sound like right now, Kayla? I'm going to be completely honest. You know what you sound like? The black men that been complaining about the same bullshit that you talking about. You sound exactly like black men that we complain about. Because when it's on the other side, you don't mind getting those coins. So
listen,
you should get those coins. Matter of fact, $20,000 is not enough because he devil all the bullshit of Mary.
Jay, did I not say that the 20 bands was the problem?
No, but he should get at least about 40% of her income.
Has he been living?
Kayla,
is his lifestyle equivalent to $20,000 a month? I'm just saying the whole purpose behind alimony has zero to do with emotional support, and it has everything to do with the standard and maintenance of a lifestyle that the other spouse is used to.
That she provides.
Is this not the same argument that women have been using and have really been winning in court to really get the alimony that they need, as well as the child support? I'm just saying. That's what the law says. That's what the law says.
Listen, there's double standards.
Kayla, you sound like a baby daddy.
Okay,
you sound like
everything
a baby daddy.
can't be equal. It ain't the same. There's
How
double
come it's not the same, Kayla?
This is what they tell me on the show. There's double standards. Everything can't be equal. Men and women ain't equal, right? Right.
But wait, right. hold on. I want to say something. Kayla, only time y'all bring up where men is not equal is when y'all lose at something. No, but when y'all win, when women is winning,
I never bring it up
in a situation
about the double standards that y'all now talking about. And
right, but that's only time y'all say we leaders is when we gotta lose out on or when we gotta take accountability for something that you did. Not saying you per se, but I'm just saying only time y'all bring up our leadership is when we finna have to take a fall for something. Y'all don't bring up our leadership when y'all sitting up there winning and y'all making all this money. We tell you, no, I don't think you should go buy that Birkin bag.
But when we talk about women winning,
you not gonna say, well,
right,
you a leader.
But Jay, when we talk about that, who do we talk about?
What?
Jay-Z, Rihanna, famous people. We never talk about the regular
woman. This stuff,
how much is the regular single mom coming up off of her baby daddy that's complaining about paying $150 a month? Really, be for real. I'm not talking about famous people. I'm talking about regular people. Tell me how many women in our community.
I think Mary J got off. I think Mary J got off. I'm not talking about India Royal. I'm not talking about Ari the Don. I'm talking about regular women. Tell me the regular women that are coming all up off of these black men that are making so much money. Well, because you said this before on the panel, you make it seem as if black men not making no money, or if they is making some money, is real. You compare them to people that's damn near billionaires or amazingly super millionaires. No, a lot of these women that be getting alimony, I feel like they don't deserve shit. But I goddamn
again, alimony.
Hold on, Ms. Jovo.
Okay. My bad. Go ahead, Jay Prince. My bad.
A lot of times, if we sit up here saying 80% of the divorces is women, that means if that woman want to breach the contract, that means she don't deserve alimony. She don't deserve the kids. She don't deserve the house. She don't deserve a dog.
What is the breach
of contract? He got divorced.
Jay. What is the breach of contract? We're together. We're married. You go fuck another woman.
No.
Breach the contract.
Okay, adultery, whatever. I thought it was for death do his part, and I accept your good and your bad.
But you broke the contract by sleeping with someone else.
May I interject?
I guess.
Again,
I was committed to the marriage.
No, I was talking about Kayla.
No. I want you to finish making your point, though, Mr. J Prince. If you didn't finish, J Prince, I wanted you to finish making your point.
We're gonna get to Jonathan because
Yeah.
Okay. All I'm trying to say is, with the Mary J situation, a lot of her traumas and stuff, she can't blame that on him. She was suffering from stuff already. So I just think that probably added to what she was already dealing with. But he was there with her through the meat of her depression and all of this other stuff. Her had to pay him $20,000. That ain't shit of what he had to deal with. We don't know how. See, we just going off based off what she's saying. Okay, I suffer from alcohol, but she's not telling exactly all the stuff she was doing. Coming home drunk, probably pissing him off and doing all kinds of bull crap that he had to suffer from, and that what really drove him to cheat. I mean, we give passes when women.
As long as you have the same energy, JP.
Hold on, I want to say this. Every time a us men cheat,
as long as you have the same energy both ways.
Right. Every time a woman cheats,
like both ways.
Every time a woman cheat, we give 100 reasons why what that man was lacking on, and the reason why she cheated. Maybe you wasn't showing enough attention. It was something that the man was lacking of why this woman cheated. We should have that same type of scenario when it comes to a man cheating. He already was dealing with her depression, her alcohol. That means she was just doing all kinds of stuff.
She's been clean for years. She's been clean for years.
She probably pushed him to another woman's arms. That was her fault. That was her fault. Just like we would say that's the man's fault. We've been saying that's the man's fault for 100 years. That's Mary J. Blige's fault, and she should be paying more money.
Jovo, what's the 411? How long has it been?
Well, from what I understand, if I'm not mistaken, Mary J. Blige has been clean and sober for a long time. Yeah. I think even before, and I don't know how long they courted before they got married, but even before she was married, she was living a life of sobriety. Okay, based off of what she shared, in her interviews. When we talk about the mental health concern, quote unquote, I think moving forward, she needs to identify the importance of setting boundaries with people in her life so that she can maintain a healthy lifestyle. But to kind of respond to what Jay Prince was saying, and again, I cannot stress this enough, alimony. And when we talk about alimony in a court of law, it has zero to do with the emotional support that you provided in a marriage. It has everything to do with how you guys divided up finances and how your spouse and you lived a certain type of lifestyle or maintain a lifestyle. So the big debate is when we bring in, and again, when we bring in our emotions into it. And so, I used to not be a fan of like prenups, but I think that when you're in certain situations and your taxes look a little different and the tax bracket you live in look a little different, you need to identify some boundaries that you're going to set in terms of how you and your spouse are going to take care of each other and maintain a household. That way, if something like this should happen, you understand that alimony is to help that spouse maintain a certain type of lifestyle. It has zero to do with whether or not she held her hair when she was throwing up in the toilet. It has zero to do on whether or not he had 3 or 4 side pieces, if that was the case, and we don't even know the whole story. It has little to do with emotions. It has everything to do with the fact that she was taken care of, and I don't know how many other kids he has, but I know he has one adult daughter. She was taking care of her. She was helping that daughter kind of invest her in terms of her career in the music industry. They live together, so he's used to living in the penthouse that Mary J. Blige lives in. They travel together. He used to travel in a certain way. And so when you don't set stipulations and boundaries on this, and then you get to divorce court and you try to argue with the attorney that all this emotional support, they're not going to be looking at that. Just like they haven't been looking at that for years as it relates to men who've been having to pay, all of this alimony. Alimony is exactly as it states in terms of the law. It is how you maintain that lifestyle for your spouse or how you guys split up finances in their home.
Can I ask you something, Joe?
Absolutely.
Well, do you think it's fair that for a change, for one chance, one time, that us men get something over the woman where the woman get treated unfairly in the situation, because majority of these situations, us men got treated unfairly. We've been taking care of women for a lot of years and we lost a lot. Women didn't do nothing but gain. So it's mighty funny, all these women talking about prenups and all this other stuff, which we wrote a lot of prenups and it still wasn't awarded. And the woman still got a lot of everything. So since they've been receiving all of this benefits and all the injustice from the system, I don't think women should complain. They should be willingly giving us the world when we get divorced, because they didn't mind. They didn't fight against when they was receiving all the bullshit. When they was receiving this man was living wealthy. Now he living in a cardboard box while you cheated on him. You bring Kayla keep talking about he cheated on her. Now she got to pay. But let's talk about the women that got pregnant by another man. They get divorced she get divorced with her husband. The husband still got to pay for that man's baby, even if the baby's not even his. He got to pay. He got to move out of his house. He got to move out of his house. She bring that nigga into his house with
maintenance
of his kids.
Maintenance of lifestyle.
Right.
He set that up in the beginning. That's why the men who
I don't feel bad on that aspect. I don't feel bad for Mary J. Blige. I feel like she need to come out a little bit more.
Choices and boundaries. That's how I look at it.
She needs to come out a little bit more. $20,000 compared to Mary J. Blige, how much money she actually making? That man need to be getting at least $70,000 to $80,000 a month.
I wanted to see what Jonathan thinks in terms of a male perspective as well, because this is interesting to me.
Yeah, my perspective.
Yeah, Jonathan, give your perspective. We're definitely gonna kind of shift it a little bit after your perspective into something that's related but a little bit different.
To me, I think it's just very simple. If individuals want to be mad at somebody, they need to be mad at the law. Don't be mad at the people getting over on it. Don't be mad at the folks from benefiting from it. Be mad at the law. Try to change the law. Try to change the policy. Like that's what I believe. I think too, as well, even though alimony is different, I think that one of the things that Jay said that really stuck with me, especially like as a married man and a husband, it's just that the way that folks say, well, being married to a wife or supporting her through this and supporting her through that is just something that you should just do as a man. You should just do that. You should just be that way. And it goes back to kind of what Ms. Jovo talked about our community, and sometimes how we, don't even always are saying, well, that's what you should just do. Just do that. You don't need any support. You don't need any self-care. It's just that. Well, I would like, if I have to support you through that, I would like a thank you. I would like some praise. I would like some support and things like that too. So those are some of the things that I was thinking about when you all were talking.
I want to say one little thing to add to what he was saying. When you say blame the law, I don't think women shouldn't blame the law, because you want to start blaming the law when you lose it. But when the law was benefiting you didn't have a problem with it. So no, don't blame the law. You didn't blame the law when it was fucking over men. You want to try to get rid of the law then. But now you want to get rid of the law I think the law should do. I just think every woman, a majority of women, should suffer at least 10 to 20 years of the same stuff that we suffer. Because every time us men talk about the law, the women gaslight us like it didn't.
How is that going to benefit though the Black community and our revival?
We don't care. We need.
We don't care. Okay, I mean,
Hold on, Jovo. We need for y'all to experience. We need for y'all to experience where we coming from, because when we sitting up on these panels telling y'all about this system, or before we start having a panel, when we was in the homes, we was telling y'all to get rid of that fucking system. Did no woman want to get rid of it? A lot of women sit up here and say, yeah, we agree and all this other stuff, but they didn't make changes. They marched for us getting police brutality, but they didn't march to get that system taken away.
Can y'all hear me? Because I just switched my mic.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So JP,
y'all need to get treated the same way we got treated.
JP, I see you are on your vengeful situation right now. I don't know if that's a healthy way to look at things, but you know, I don't think it's necessarily the best way to look at things. You're blaming all women for things that some women have thought, and you're trying to make people suffer through things that you don't want to suffer through. It's just strange. Hold on. This is what I was kind of speaking to earlier. If there's going to be an overhaul of the system, or laws are going to be changed or whatever, it needs to be across the board. Like, I'm not mad that Mary J has to pay. If she's the one that was making the most money, she's the one that has to pay. I mean, that's how it goes. I feel the same way about a man who makes the most. Like, this is why I think that people have to do a lot of vetting in terms of their relationships, and they have to do a lot of legal, work on the back end to make sure that certain things are secure. If they do have a lot of money, these are things that people can do, solutions to that problem, because like certain people haven't had these problems. Certain people with a lot of money haven't had these problems, and certain people without a lot of money haven't had to worry about alimony, because it's just not even a thing for certain people under a certain amount of money. So
that's a question I have. Is there a threshold for the salary that you have to make in order for someone to get alimony? Or is like, if he's making $1,500 a month and they get divorced, does he have to give up $500 for alimony? Like, do you know how that works?
I think I think, and it also, they look at, who was in charge of certain finances when they were together, because, and that's what when I share with, men about, the household where they are the breadwinners, like the wife might, stay at home, manage the household. Well, if she's used to living a certain way, and you maybe, provided, some men provide their wives with a stipend, to be a stay-at-home, wife and mom. And if she's used to using that stipend to maintain a household and manage the kids and, take care of certain things, then when alimony comes into play and the court is asking you to pay basically what you were paying when you were still in the house with them. I mean, I hear some vengeance from Jay as well. And I don't think vengeance is going to take back what has happened to the men. But what I do think moving forward, and this is what I normally tell people about, laws, especially pertaining to like misdemeanors and certain felonies that I feel like are targeted in terms of put targets on Black people's back. If you don't like the laws, think about your local elections and who you're voting for in terms of family court judges, in terms of public defenders and the DA. Those people, think about who we're voting into office now. I know in Georgia, in the southern states, you see a lot of terminology in terms of court where it's at the court's discretion. And so if you've got a judge who's sitting on the bench in family court and he's married and has all of these kids and he's taking care of his wife for the last 20-something years, and you're a Black man walking into a court system in the state of Georgia saying, I don't want to take care of her because she cheated on me, he ain't gonna really hear you. I'm just being honest with you. It's really, you want to change the law, start with your local elections. That's kind of a sidebar I wanted to add. But the vengeance is not going to take back what has happened to you all. And seeing the suffering of Black women is not going to take it back.
But it so will be a little bit comforting.
Well, at least you honest about it, brother.
Right. Because for so long, if two wrongs don't make it right, y'all so did benefit from one side of the wrong.
See, but the thing is,
let me get this.
Go ahead, JP. Go ahead.
Y'all been benefiting from the wrong for at least about 5 decades. We're gonna say that's at the very least. So, and especially by black women, I'm kind of confused because black women always believed in karma. They always believe in what you reap what you sow. So if y'all been sowing this type of stuff, y'all when y'all was receiving, and I'm just saying y'all in particular, I'm saying our women, y'all been receiving all of this benefits and all, knowing that it was affecting the men. Y'all didn't have a problem with it. Y'all, as a matter of fact, y'all blame the men for complaining.
JP, black women didn't create these laws.
But black women sure did participate in them.
Everyone has no other choice but to participate.
They didn't turn nothing down but their collar. Black women didn't turn nothing down but their collar. They showed their hand out and receiving all of this.
Well,
that was affecting us.
So you're saying that black women should have turned down child support?
Right? They willingly doing it now, even to this day. Women, a lot of those women still take benefits knowing that it's going to lead the man in slums, and they don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. They want every penny on the dollar, and some women go back to court and ask for more.
So what do you think? What's the solution?
Go ahead, Kay.
The solution is, well, I know it's unrealistic, but I just want to live in a fantasy for a good 15 seconds. The solution is this. Let the women suffer for the same stuff that we suffer for a good 10 and 15 years, at least not the full 5 decades, but at least 2 of them. So then when we have a conversation,
that sounds like instant gratification.
Hold on. And then, no, right, listen, because negative plus a negative equals what? A positive, but it's 0. But you can build from 0. You can't build from a negative. So I want to say this. So if they suffer the same stuff that we suffer, so then when us black men come on these, when we have these conversations with them, they be more aligned because they experience how that feel. That's almost like a bully. A bully ain't gonna never learn till he get punched in the nose and get his lunch taken.
JP, do you think that the majority white male lawmakers should suffer? And if so, what suffering do you think they should get?
Oh yeah, I think they should get the same.
Only for black women, or if it's for the actual.
No. Well, right. I'm glad you asked me that question, Kate. I'm glad you asked me that question. Yeah. I think when it comes to white men and black women.
No.
Because I look at them both on the same coin.
Wait. I'm talking about, because you're talking about the laws and who benefits. I'm just saying, in terms, I get like your vengeful spirit, although I don't think it's healthy. But I see where you're coming from your point of view. You're like, well, they did it, so we should do it, like type of thing. But I'm asking you, what do you think about the people who create the laws that you're talking about? The things that are put into place, because black women, more black men are the ones who create these laws. So what do you think about that?
I think when it comes to the white people, now we bring up white people because white man is forbidden, I guess, whatever. But now when we talk about white people,
I'm talking about the laws.
Their laws, right? I think should happen if it was left up to me. Black men should create their laws and use it against white men and do the same type of stuff that they have done to us. Ain't no turning a fucking other cheek. They should suffer as well.
JP, I don't want you to get too far down like a different hypothetical. Right. I'm saying currently, since the majority of people who create the laws are white men, I heard what you said about black women suffering. I heard that.
Right.
I'm asking you now, okay, you're talking about the beneficiaries of said laws. Okay, right. I got it. I get what you're saying. I don't agree, but I get it. I think that's a different, but okay. So I'm asking you, what do you think about the people who majority made these laws? What suffering do you think they should get?
And like this,
because you already laid out that black women should get the suffering of having to do this thing. Okay, what do you think that white men should get?
I think white men should get, like, for instance, I'm gonna give you some examples. White men should have a whole bunch of black men taking the white man from their homes and taking away from their kids, black men should put white men in an all-black prison. Black men should be cops, where be all black cops, where we see a white man, we could gun him down, and then everybody go to court and we get off as a police officer. I think white men should suffer every damn thing that they did to us, and we should do it. It should be a retaliation. I don't believe in this godly stuff that we just gonna let them. We gonna just throw away 500 years of them just torturing us. And we just gonna open our arms. Is two wrongs don't make it right. That's bullshit.
Was my question
at all? I just want to ask Jay Prince a question.
Go ahead.
With you being somebody that has been incarcerated multiple times and having to deal with a level of suffering where, for a period of time, freedoms were taken away from you. Do you think that suffering benefited you, or do you think it harmed you? And do you think that your incarceration benefited our community as a whole? And it's the reason why I'm asking you this. I
know it didn't benefit me, but when Kay asked me that, I think they should suffer. You should suffer with the consequences that you give people. You should know how they feel before you give it.
Well, I think it has little to do with kind of that religious aspect, and it has more to do with kind of what I know I talked about on the show that can you all hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I've talked about it on the show that I'm a panelist on, the ladies room podcast. The concept of
there's some static. There's some static coming in.
Oh,
somebody's
okay.
mic.
Okay, am I clear now?
No, it's still there.
It's still there a little bit.
Okay, hold on. Let me try something.
Okay. So JP,
okay.
There you go, Joe.
How's that now? How's that now? Is that better?
Yes, perfect. Yeah.
Okay. What I was going to say was, we have to make choices and decisions. And then I think in our community, we've kind of debated and talked about this in recent years. We know we got to be for self, but who's going to be for the culture? Who's going to be for the people? Are we going to kind of, be so individualized that we don't think about the ramifications that it has on our community as a whole? Now, you can have, I'm meeting you where you are, Jay Prince, with the thoughts and emotions you have on Black women and white men suffering. What I hear you saying is you yourself and maybe other brothers, and stories you've read, or, we see this in society. What I hear you saying is that they have suffered. And so if we had to suffer, they should suffer as well. But I guess my bigger question is, will that get us to, will that get the Black woman to the outcome she wants to see? Will that get the Black man to the outcome that he wants to ultimately see? Because I think outcomes and goals are important. Because we might enjoy that suffering for a little bit, to see people sweat, to see people, deal with what we've had to deal with. But then I'm always asking, what comes next? What's next? How are we going to prevent this from happening again? How are we going to create better laws that don't extort money from Black men, but actually promote mediation and co-parenting with Black women and Black men? Like, what is the solution? I hear what you're saying, because, when somebody cuts you, it hurt. And all you can think about doing when somebody cuts you is sometimes cutting them back. But then after you cut them back, I guess my question is, if you choose to do that and you see there are benefits in that, what do we do next after that?
Okay. I want to say this first, then I'm going to get to the solution. What I want to say, Black women, since we talking about Black women and white men, those are the main two people that don't have no type of accountability nor responsibility, period. And with that being said, that it would be enjoyable. It would be, man, I would feel like in heaven to see those two people suffer for the responsibilities and accountabilities that they have dished out. Majority of all, when we talk about mental health, we're gonna dive into the Black women. Black women is the root cause of a lot of these mental health in the black community. Let me explain. First off, the white man allowed the black woman to say, okay, sticks and stone might break my bones, but words will never hurt. That's bullcrap. They allow these women to be domestic abusers with their verbal abusers with their tongue. And the reason, and a lot of stuff that women used to say caused a lot of this mental health problems, issues in the black community. When I talk about, I could sit up here and bring up one verb or one phrase that a black woman have said, and the majority of black men done heard it as well as me. So seeing them suffer, a black man and a black woman and a white man, I'm sorry, I don't give two fucks. You got to.
No, I don't want you to be sorry because I'm meeting you where you are with that. I don't want you to be sorry.
You got to excuse me for feeling that way because we suffer as a black man, and you can't say, well, you didn't live in those days. Well, I'm living it now. And I'm still, and they still the two main people of the reason why a majority of black men is deceased, incarcerated, walking around here with mental health issues, walking around here can't see their children, walking around here gave this woman a marriage and she want to get big-headed and get divorced and all this other stuff because the white man gave her opportunity to have more money to him so she could weaponize her degrees and her finances against the black man so she won't have to accept his leadership. Oh yes. So there ain't no solution. I think I'll forget to your solution. I'll forget to your solution. Okay, for a lot of times we always want to gloss over the karma part. First, after the suffering, it got to be a suffering first before we talk about a solution. Period. It has to be a suffering. Because if you don't put us through all of this for not just a year, we ain't talking about us men went through this shit for a year. We went through this shit for about 15 plus years. And for you to just want to escape all of that karma and get treated, you want all us to come back and hold hands like we cool, like we best friends. No, we enemies.
So Jonathan, what do you think about what he just said? Because it was a lot. He said he wants to see black women suffering. He said he would love to see it, black women and white men. He kind of, expressed his feelings about that. What do you think about that, Jonathan, as a fellow black man?
I think what he's describing are all symptoms of a greater issue. And like I said,
I agree with that.
Once, twice, 3 times removed from the root of the problem. And so to me, I've heard a lot of people, especially when talking about things like racism and white supremacy and things like that, when they get mad initially, they attack the person that's right next to them. Exactly. But after a while, then they begin to see what the root is and be able to tackle the root. Because what's going to happen really is, black women are going to suffer. The system's going to change itself. And then there'll be a new enemy to fight the next day. And the individual that's benefiting the most is going to continue to benefit. And black men are going to continue to suffer. Whether it's black women this time, whether it's, I don't know, somebody else next time. That's really what I'm hearing. Not to take away from the pain and the right and all of those other things, but that's kind of what I hear when I hear that. Do I agree? No. I mean, I can't agree. I haven't had that experience, and so it's very hard for me to pin things on all black women as a community or all black men as a community. I grew up with 3 generations of black men. 3 generations of black women who were married. My wife is a black. I don't have that experience, so I can't speak to it. I don't have the same kind of pain and anguish that or pain. I don't want to say anguish, but maybe pain that he might have based on his experiences. But I do understand it. I can say that.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't agree. I can respect Kay, Jovo, and Jonathan. I respect where y'all coming from. Don't get me wrong. But when you compare a few against millions, and the stuff that we done went through as a black man, the stuff black men now, even back then, the stuff we done went through, and you want us to have compassion for you when you didn't have compassion for us?
Do you have compassion for your
Here,
daughter?
but it's the same argument.
That.
But that's the same
JP.
argument that a lot of black women make for the idea of black
And it's all
feminism. That in the 50s and 60s and 30s and 40s,
black men
women were
never have
suppressed.
the
feminism, and y'all did this.
Jonathan,
Now y'all gonna suffer.
Jonathan, feminism. I don't understand how we got a black feminist in the begin with, because feminism started with white women, where the white man didn't let their women work and all this other stuff. Right. What corporations in America have black men own? So black men cannot prevent black women from doing a goddamn thing. That's so all this black feminism need to go in the trash. It don't exist, because black men do not hold black women down. In fact, black women got more power to hold us down than anything.
I definitely don't think that feminism is necessary. It's not my fight. I mean, racism is my fight. Because, you know, but anyway, JP, while you were talking about how you want, you know, vengeance and like you would love to see black women suffering. You have daughters. So, and I know you're very open. So I don't think I'm pushing. If you don't feel comfortable answering this question, I understand. But do you feel the same way about your own daughters? Do you feel like they should grow up and suffer because of the things that somebody else did, regardless of what they're doing? Do you feel that way?
You know me, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky.
I know, and that's why I know that you. I know.
Right. For an example, right. When I first got my oldest daughter, and she was using the system because she was involved in the system before I got involved, and I noticed every time she get around white folks and stuff like that, and them teachers and stuff, she like to put on a sad puppy face and play victim, and don't let me discipline her for stuff that she did that was outrageous, that deserved discipline. She want to go play victim and stuff like that. Even though I love my daughters, but I'm not finna act oblivious to the fact that my daughters knew if they wanted to, they could get me in trouble for stuff, you know, for anything. So,
but the question I'm asking, if
I was about to get to it.
Okay, do you get what I asked you, right?
Yeah. Okay. Them suffering, of course. They're just like I don't mind having sex with women, but I don't want my daughters to have sex. Of course, I don't want it to happen to nobody close to me, but that don't mean I don't understand it if it do happen to them.
Go ahead, Jovo, because maybe you're thinking the same thing.
The only way that I can address, because I'm gonna tell you something, Jay Prince. Let me just say this first. I hear your thoughts and feelings about some of the things that you've experienced, and we know other black men have experienced. I'm not oblivious to the fact that the system has been unjust to you all. I'm not oblivious to the fact that the system has used some of us sisters, and some of us sisters have taken advantage of the system to take advantage of brothers. I'm not excluding that. I'm not acknowledging that. So when I come with solution focused stuff, it's not me being oblivious to what had, that has happened. I see what has happened. I will just say this, since we're talking about mental health and kind of what I'm hearing in terms of the vengeance and the support of suffering. What I teach my clients when it comes to like suffering versus learning mindfulness and learning how to develop willingness versus willfulness. Willfulness is when you sit on your hands and somebody asks you, can you do something? It's not that you can't do it. It's that you choose not to do it. I grew up in a very tumultuous situation myself. You hear people talk about the crack game and how crack hit black people hard. You hear people say that a lot. Well, I was one of those kids that ended up being raised by a village. And when I think about how I was raised and my personal experiences, like you have shared here as well, is I can remember a time where I kind of felt like you, where, the government is the problem because y'all bringing the cocaine and the drugs in here. Black women the problem. My parents are the problem because you guys didn't stand up for X, Y, and Z. My life could have been better, and I thought that way, and I wanted to see people suffer for a little bit until I made a choice and decision. And I'm not at all suggesting that you do what I did, but I think in terms of healing, I think in terms of if we're going to move forward from this, I don't think that the suffering has to come before the solution. I think acknowledging and taking accountability for some things that have happened, that does have to happen. But it's just like with me, I can't be mad because I suffered through that period in my life. And then maybe Kay had another childhood and she's a Black woman and she didn't have that experience. I can't use that as a catalyst to say, Black culture is trash, or Black men are trash, or Black women are trash. I can't do that. Because if I'm going to move forward, I got to focus on how am I going to heal so I can develop willingness and not live in willfulness. Suffering sometimes is like getting a paper cut. Paper cuts hurt like hell, right? But if I keep focusing on that pain and I keep focusing on the fact that I got a paper cut and I just keep focusing on it hurts, I'm not ever going to shift my direction into how am I going to heal. Now, would I want validation? Do I want people to acknowledge that I've been hurt? Absolutely, I want that. But what part of it do I have control over? I can't make people validate how I feel, but I can definitely develop a response that will get me closer to my goal.
Well, okay.
And that's what I had to do. I had to develop a response to get me close to my goal. I could have easily said, Black men don't do this, or Black women don't do that, because I wasn't raised in a home with both of my parents. But I choose healing over watching them suffer, because when I started to understand why people hate, why people abuse drugs and alcohol, why men, maybe be vindictive towards women, or why women become vindictive towards men. When I started understanding why people do what they do, I mentioned earlier that iceberg, we only see the tip of people, and that's their behavior, what they show us. But deep down inside, there's a reason why they got there. It ain't got nothing to do with being a victim. It's just that patterns of behavior turn people into certain types of folks. And when you understand that and you grasp that and you conceptualize that, then you manage your expectations when it comes to people across the board. Across the board. And that's what I was saying about when we were talking about the alimony. I manage my expectations because when you see how people start something, like if you go into a marriage and he's taking care of everything, and then you guys get a divorce and all of a sudden it's a problem now that he has to pay, or vice versa, it just bewilders me, because this has been the pattern of behavior. See, at some point, like for me, I used to act out in school. I know, I used to use that whole deal with my parents, just like you said with your daughter, Jay Prince. I was that woman that used to manipulate and connive. Young woman, started that when I was like earliest age, 14, 15 years old, manipulating certain systems and ethics and guidelines so that I can instantly gratify myself and get the things that I wanted. But I was still suffering. I was still hurt. And I had to figure out a way, okay, how can I reach this ultimate goal without trying to manipulate, without trying to play the victim? I have to learn how to heal. And newsflash, I had to learn that I can't control if somebody else is going to validate how I feel, but I can't control my response to what has happened to me. So I think when we talk about personal accountability, we have to ask ourselves that big question. What part of this do I actually have control over? Do I have control over the suffering of people in the system who might have introduced drugs to my parents or introduced drugs to my neighborhood or community? Or do I have control over what I do now to take the drugs out of my community? So I hear what you're saying, because as humans, we love instant gratification. Our bodies feed off of it. That's why we have dopamine in our system. It's released to give us that pleasurable experience. But at some point, we got to use that frontal lobe and start choosing, okay, what do I have control over versus what I don't have control over?
You know what, Ms. Jovo, I wanna so bad. I wanna, even though I see your point, but I wanna agree with it so bad. But the suffering that the Black woman and the white man put Black men through,
Y'all are still in pain. You're
It's
still
kind of hard.
suffering
It's
the
kind of hard for
repercussions.
me. It's kind of hard for me to just
Yeah.
say, okay, if the world changed and everything get good, y'all should get payback. It's kind of hard for me not to let y'all suffer. No,
And I choose to validate those feelings. I hear you, brother. I do.
No,
I hear
no
you. And I don't want you to get there tonight because you're still, for some of you all, you're still suffering from the ramifications of
That's just
people
like,
who have
okay,
manipulated the
Ms. Jovo, that's just like if somebody come up there and delete your family and your kids, and then they don't go to jail. So now they ask you, how should we move forward? Should we move forward in a nice way? You're gonna be like, hell no. You're gonna get back. You deleted my family, I'm gonna delete yours.
This is divine intervention. This moment was supposed to happen between us because I'm going through that right now. In August of last year, one of my cousins was killed because of a lack of co-parenting from her brother and the mother of his child. And my cousin leaves behind, was a hardworking single mom, left behind 5 kids. And because she interjected into a situation with 2 people who could not resolve conflict, she is now dead. And to go to virtual court and then watch her mom, who I'm closer in age with her mother than I was with her, but to watch my family in virtual court and to watch the perpetrator of this crime, like sitting there, like with no remorse on her face for what she's done to my family. When I tell you I feel what you're saying, but because I've been in certain situations where I could have suffered and stayed in my suffering, I don't want to choose to sit in that. Now, I'm not saying that you don't have a choice. You can choose to sit in your thoughts and feelings about this, Jay Prince. That's your freedom. But I do, and tonight, I'm not expecting you to have a change of mind or tomorrow or the next month. Because like I said earlier in the show, you all, change happens in stages. And right now, you're in pre-contemplation when we're introducing the idea of healing. Because right now, you yourself, like I just said, you guys are still suffering from the ramifications. You're not there yet. And that's okay. That's okay.
I want to ask you something right fast. The person that deleted your family, did you beg the judge to let them go free?
No.
Oh, and prison is what y'all was striving for, right?
Yes.
That means you wanted that person to suffer. So you exactly
but
JP,
exactly
that's where I'm coming from.
Person.
But I want due process because
you wanted that person to suffer for what that person did to your people.
That person specifically, it wasn't all people in a category of men or women.
Say, yeah.
It was that person who did the thing. So JP, I am all about you discussing your things that you have going on with the women who have caused you to feel this way, with the women who have caused you to suffer, who have put these things on you. Those are the people that this should be taken to. But the thing is, looking at this on a global, just all Black women should suffer because of the women that you have encountered, I don't think that's fair. That would be like, I mean, think about Black women have suffered at the hands of Black men.
That ain't fair,
Black men have suffered at the hands of Black women. But what would it look like if we were both out here like, man, everybody should suffer? No, like that's not a solution. And that is fair. What do you mean it's not fair?
I said what you said. Just wanted everybody to suffer from what I done went through. That ain't fair. But what they told us as a Black man, when we going through stuff like that, they say, well, life ain't fair. So I'm kind of used to it of getting treated unfairly.
I get where you're coming from.
You gotta understand where I'm coming from
because JP, you know, we've talked a lot of times offline.
This is not a far fetch for me.
I know that you're a good person, so that's why I get it. Like, I don't think you are coming from a place of just, oh my goodness, he's horrible. Because I know you. We have talked plenty of times. So I know that you're not coming from that place. And that's why I think that it's worth having this conversation. We are in a situation where like you have feelings about certain things that have happened to you, certain experiences that you have had, which is, you know, you are well within your rights to have those thoughts, those feelings, and all of that. Nobody is taking that from you. I'm just saying, and like Jovo said, it's not something that's going to happen today or maybe tomorrow or next week or next month or next year even. But at some point, I hope you get to a place where you understand that not everyone needs to be punished for something that a few women in your life have done to you or people that you know, because on the grand, you know, in the grand scheme of things, those are a few women. That's not all women. That's not everybody. Why should I suffer? I have no kids. I haven't done anything to anybody. Like, why should I suffer because you think, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that mindset is dangerous. And I think a lot of people have that mindset, and that's what perpetuates certain things against certain groups. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be men or women or black men or black women, this whole like one person did something or some people did something, so now everybody needs to suffer for it, even if it's 10,000 black men or black women did a thing. Does that mean every other black man or black woman should suffer? No, because that's what we're going through right now. Like, it's not even, it's just a stereotype. It's a thing that's harmful. I think people look and say, well, we saw these black people do this, so therefore any black person I see, I'm gonna call the police. Like, no, we don't want that. That is not the way to operate, and we shouldn't operate that way with each other.
Well,
that does not invalidate
right.
any of your experiences or anything like that. It just points to like the reality of the situation. The women in your life, talk to them, and even bring up the bigger issue, because there are issues. I don't
want you to make this as like this is just an anecdotal experience. Majority of black men experience what I'm experiencing.
The
majority of black men experience.
Okay,
I guarantee
what are the things that you think the majority of black men have experienced?
Jonathan don't have kids right now, but I guarantee you, if he had kids, we like to say vet this woman. Any woman with those type of, it's like an ace in a hole. They're gonna use it. But
JP,
I want to say this.
What are the things you're saying the majority of black men have experienced? I just want to be clear about that.
Far as like the traumas and stuff.
No, whatever you said the majority of black men. What are the things that you think?
Majority of black men experience where a woman could do something foul to them, and if a man even do the slightest thing in retaliation, the man get booked. Black men have experienced the great word from women, even sexual assault. It don't get looked at as that, but it is where a woman can come up and grab your chest, grab your thing and all this, and it just get passed off like it ain't nothing happened. I done seen older women have sex with 13, 15-year-old boys. I had sex with my teacher when I was in high school, and she never went to jail.
Did you report her? You should have. Did you?
But
you should now.
Of course, let me get some. Of course, in my mind, I thought, yeah, I'm bragging on it. But even though I was bragging on it, it's 15-year-old females brag on that they mess with older men. But it was the older adults still say, okay, that's still wrong, no matter if that 15, 16-year-old kid want it or not. That man's still going to prison. I see what you saying. All women shouldn't be charged for what other people have done,
or all men. I'm fair across the board. It's not women I'm advocating for. It's anyone.
But us men, particularly black men, have experienced a lot of situations where where we was innocent and we still got done wrong, and then nobody give a damn. All aspects, don't nobody give a damn. Name a person really give a damn at what happens to a black man. Like, they don't go out there really.
Me.
I care
because I worked in lockdown and I worked in transitional centers, and I have showed empathy not only as a professional but in my personal life. One of the reasons why I got really involved with the Lapeef Network is because of a comment, and I can remember it just as plain as day, probably about a year or so ago. I see this woman right here sitting in front of you, Jay Prince. I am the poster child of what could have been the bitter Black woman. Could have been that easily. No father in the home. Mom out. Mom not really mothering or nurturing. I literally was raised by my village, my family. Like literally. What you're saying in terms of that hurt and that vengeance and that bitterness, I'm gonna just call it what it is. I literally could have been that and almost became that. But again, I go back to that bigger question. I had to sit down with myself, not the Black community as a whole, not other Black men, not other Black women. I had to ask myself, what part of this does Jovo have control over? Do I have control over of what happened and what could have been, or do I have control over what happens now? So it's like, okay, I don't want to be the bitter Black woman. Okay, when I get the job at the prison, put me in a situation where I can help brothers transition out in a healthy way. Okay, I don't want to be the bitter Black woman that I'm never gonna get married because my dad was an X, Y, and Z to me. Okay, let me reconcile a relationship with my father and then also get married and stay married in a healthy marriage. See, it comes down to the power of personal choices and how our personal choices influence our community as a whole, because they do. I heard you mention, Kay mentioned you have a daughter. You being there, parenting your daughter as a Black man is breaking a cycle. It's breaking a cycle. It don't seem like it because the same trash stuff happens in the grand scheme of things. But you being there for her, you are breaking a cycle. So it's like I had to start counting my behavioral choices in terms of what I am doing to break cycles versus counting how society is effing everybody else up as a bigger whole. Because the change gonna start with me, right? It starts with me. It don't start with the suffering. It starts with me. If I want to see something different, I gotta do something different. I gotta do something different.
Can I say one thing to add to what you said?
Sure.
Trust me, Jovo. I really understand all y'all where y'all coming from, but I'm just gonna be honest. I don't trust Black women or white men.
Do you trust Black men?
I could trust them to a certain degree, but I know if I ever get killed, deleted, it will be by them.
Well, would you say you don't really trust anyone much?
Nah. But majority of the people I don't trust, I feel like white men set the standard of my detriment, and our women executed it. Like it's like every time I deal with Black women, I have my recordings on my phone. I record even at work when I talks to them, and I don't trust nothing. It's like I'm always on guard with them. I don't look at Black women like they my sister. I don't look at Black women like they my friend. Now is it some Black women out there I can trust? Absolutely. But just saying because we Black, I'm gonna trust you because from experience, and then I also my experience from the world all the way around the world. Black women have betrayed Black men for the white man. So it's kind of hard to trust y'all.
Did the betrayal start in your life when you were a young man, or did it start when
before me?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
It started before me.
Okay, but for your personal experience, because you're personalizing this, and that's not a bad thing.
And Jovo, he's talked about this before. He's talked about it, and like you might not have some. I don't know. Well, maybe you have seen some of the shows like that he's been on talking about these things, and that's why, like, while he's speaking, I'm just like, okay, this, I get where some of it's coming from because he has opened up about his family situation and things like that. And I see that you're asking those questions now. So JP, for sure, if you feel comfortable answering those again.
What? Before he answers, I can see what you're saying, honestly. because I think what he's talking about is accountability. And so for me, I don't think you can have it both ways. Like, I think if we're being community centered, then the community is accountable. If we're going to be individuals, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, so
I get what you're saying.
While he does have like an experience, it's not just his, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's enough of a percentage for us to say that it's an issue. Enough people are talking about it for us to say that it's real. I think there also too, like, while you were talking, Jay, I was thinking about, like, because you were talking about the people that actually do it, but then also the bystanders that co-sign it. That's a whole different conversation as well. Are the co-signers and the bystanders accountable, or is it just the individuals that do it? So to me, it seems like it's a very complex conversation that's not necessarily like, there's not necessarily like one answer to it, because we're jumping from like individual to community and then back to individual and then all of these other places. And so I definitely agree with what you're saying. And for the generalization part, I don't agree with that.
And when you talk about, go ahead.
JP, is there any group? Because I'm just trying to make sure. I'm trying to see, like, I'm trying to measure if like this is something specific or if this is just in general. Is there any specific group, any group that you trust completely? Any group?
I mean, in America, we only got but.
I mean, whether we're talking about white women, white men, black women, black men, Asian, whoever.
Well, like this, since we deal with more black women, black people than white people, I don't trust white women. But how can I put this?
So
I wouldn't put like this. How can I put this? I know a lot of people gonna get offended, but we've been offended for so long. I don't give a damn how everybody else get offended. Like, I'm gonna give you a situation. When I went to jail one time, and I tried to fake like I was having a panic attack, so I go to the hospital or something, or just get a little special little attention or whatever. And the black nurse, she didn't give a damn.
Do you think maybe she knew you were faking?
Yeah, but I had the same type of behaviors when a white woman came. And a white woman showed more care and more interest than that black woman. It's like for an example, I done seen on social media where a black female cop will pull you over.
Wait. We gotta stop and there just to kind of address that. So you admitted that you were faking,
right?
And you were upset that the black woman knew that you were faking, maybe because black people just have a certain connection with each other. I don't know.
Right.
But you were upset that the black woman knew you were faking, and she was like, you know what, you're faking.
Because one of them wasn't faking.
But you admitted that you were faking.
I'm admitting to you.
Now, JP, hold on. And this is the thing, because I know that this is a thing for some people, where certain people view black people as a person to feel sorry for, or a person in need of help, right? That's a thing. People do that. People view black people a certain way sometimes. So, like, if you were faking and the black woman could recognize that, you're mad at her because she wasn't fooled by your faking? Like, I don't understand.
I don't think
that would be like a kid I just don't understand. Like,
no, for one, I'm talking about compassion, but I don't think she knew that I was faking.
She might have. You said you were faking.
I was faking, but you can't tell if somebody is having a real panic attack or not.
Some people, Jovo, please, can you give your expert opinion about that?
I think it was meant for me and Jay Prince to interact tonight, because I've had this experience, because I told y'all I worked in lockdown. I was a counselor, mental health provider. Let me ask you something, Jay Prince. Do you trust yourself?
As far as what?
Do you trust yourself?
On certain
I've heard you
things,
talk about you don't trust certain groups of people and subgroups of people. Do you trust yourself?
on certain things.
Right. So I guess my
Like if I
question
get
is,
angry or something and I got a gun on me, or if I get angry or something, if I get into it with a guy, whatever, it's not all the time. I'm just gonna just be humble about it and walk away. There's gonna be some times where I'm gonna kick it off. I don't really want to. I don't really want that to happen.
I'm gonna tell you
I don't know
something.
what I would do in situations.
Right. I'm gonna tell you something because of the household I grew up in early in my life. I didn't trust people either. I had to be an adult way before I needed to be an adult. Okay. I've been grown all my life. That's my running joke. And it's not fun because you develop these defense mechanisms and these mental guards to where you can't develop the relationships that you need to develop. And then you almost end up developing relationships that you don't need to develop. And I asked you if you trust yourself for a reason, because if you can't trust yourself in certain capacities, of course you're not going to trust other people. Now, I hear what you're saying with the situation with the black nurse at the jail or whatever. Let me ask you this. Did you go into that situation already assuming that she would lack compassion and empathy for you?
No.
No. So prior to that situation was one of those markers where you stopped trusting black women. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
No, what I'm saying is for the past 5 years, as I started paying attention to a lot of stuff and a lot of black men failures, and then the stuff that I'm witnessing, I feel more comfortable and more relaxed around white women than I do black women.
Even though you just
was that before or after the situation with the nurse in the jail? That's what I'm asking.
That was way before. That was like years before.
Right. So understand this, that in that moment, because you've had certain experiences with black women, you've had certain experiences with white men, when you enter other high-risk situations with them, or even situations where you try to manipulate or not take responsibility and accountability. We've all been there. So I hear what you're saying. I understand that. Do you understand that because you develop certain defense mechanisms and because of your personal experience, that in that moment, it was almost like you already knew what she was going to do. And then that just kind of fed to what you believe to be true. It fed to your attitudes and beliefs about black women. Because I do think sometimes, and maybe Jonathan can chime in on this a little bit, and as well as you, Jay Prince.
No, because I want to stop you right. I want to add this right quick, because before all that stuff happened, I don't know if y'all remember all them black female judges got hired up in Texas.
I do.
Okay, when all those women got hired in Texas, I posted on Facebook and I had a large following. I said all black men should leave that state immediately. Okay. I said the only people that those black women gonna book and put in prison for the rest, because you got to think about it. You think they finna hire all black women and just booking their race of people? Hell no, they're gonna be booking us.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't trust them. I don't trust a black female judge. I'd rather have a white clans member than a
white what member?
A clans. I'd rather have a Klansman than a black female judge to judge my life.
Whoa, hold on.
Well, let me shift back to what we were saying.
Real quick, Jovo. So I just have to clarify this. JP, you are more comfortable with a white Klansman than a black woman.
Because for one,
you said yes?
Yes.
Because he knows where the Klansman stands. Because see,
when the Klansman still gonna give you some sort of compassion where that
what?
I done been in court. I done been in court. I done been in court a lot of times when black people, not just black women, but black men also, they try their best to approve something to the white man. It's almost like they go above and beyond. It's
can we shift back to what we were talking about with your personal experience with Black women? Because
wait, before we get, I think we're, it's. I mean, we want to, make sure.
I think the story about the Black female judges, and I think you did it, and you don't even realize you do it. Is now that you've had these experiences with people that you lack trust in, now everything that's attached or similar to that, you're gonna gravitate to that to stay in that comfort zone of I ain't gonna trust you, because that's what's been comfortable for you.
No, what's been comfortable for me,
Albert, that experiment.
What's been comfortable for me, Black women just showed me nothing but distrust, so I shouldn't trust them with nothing. Black women showed me distrust.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
They never showed me where I could just trust Black women outside of my family members, and a lot of my family members are Black women that I
has anyone showed you though, JP, that you can trust them fully outside of people that you know in a close relationship? Who have you met? What group? And this is what I asked earlier. I'm just trying to see, like, what group do you feel like you can fully trust in a group, in a room full of strangers? What group do you feel like you can fully trust?
Okay, and if it was in a group, in a room that I don't know, they strangers.
Is there any group? No.
And I had to compare.
No. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying if you had to compare. I'm saying, is there a group that you would fully trust? No comparison.
White folks.
Huh?
White people.
So you fully trust white people?
Yeah.
You just said you don't trust white women. Like
no, because I was trying to give you, like, when you say if I'm in a room, like, let's just say I'm at a club, right? If I go to a white club and I go to a Black club, I would trust an all white club than an all Black club. Black clubs, that's why I experienced the most trauma.
Because you associate Black clubs with certain things.
Right, but if I go to a white, if you're in a group of all white people, they usually gonna be smiling, they gonna want to help you out, even if they faking.
That kind of speaks to what I was saying about personal experience and how life history factors, when you don't fully process them and you don't fully understand that I developed the following behaviors. Yeah, right, I developed the following behaviors because of this, and this. For instance,
I have the exact opposite experience.
Jonathan, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, because it's interesting because I've had the exact opposite experience because I grew up with, not grew up for the majority of my life, but for a lot of my life, I grew up with majority white folks. And some of the stories that I have for you would make your skin crawl. And so, like, if I was in a room full of strangers, I'm looking for somebody that looked like Kay or you. I'm not looking for,
I would go,
to come.
Jonathan, I would come stand by you.
You know what I mean?
Like, I went to stand by a lot of other people.
Yeah, because of the things that I've seen these folks do to people that look like me. It's just very interesting to see the differences based on experiences.
And you know what? Before we get to the next topic, because I know we've been on this one for a while and we do have a couple more. But I think it's interesting just to look at how where you grew up, like, is very influential on the I guess views that you have of other races of people. Like, some people who never grew up around white people or Asian people or Latinx people or whoever, they never were around them, but they have this, like, very extremely, like, perfect view of these groups, but they've never, like, been in a huge group of these people, whatever group of people you want to talk about. And I just think that it's so interesting, like, that. And I think it's programming from the media. I think it's programming from just, things that we see on TV. People automatically associate certain things with something positive and other things with something negative. And then that's, like, added to by whatever you experience in your life. So, like, JP, if you've been around a whole bunch of Black people doing a certain thing, plus everything you see in the media about Black people is, a certain type of way, and then the things you see about white people are positive, and then the few white people you might have been around have had some positive impact, then it's like, ooh, they're good and we're bad. it's just interesting to see that and how it manifests.
I want to say something right quick, Kay. I want to say something right quick, Kay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think all of us trust white folks before blacks. Now I'm gonna give you an example why. I'll give you an example why.
Look, 3 out of 4 people on the panel said no.
No, they don't realize it, but here go a perfect.
No. You're projecting. No.
I could be wrong, but let me get this perfect example out. Let me get this perfect example out.
Go ahead.
Which community you really live in? An all black community, or what we consider the good neighborhoods, where it's all whites?
Jonathan, this is your topic. There you go.
Man,
go ahead, Jonathan.
Let me tell you, over here in California, we got Baldwin Hills, we got Ladera, we got, there's some places that are historically black that I would love to live in. For me, if I had to choose, it would be a majority black community or a multicultural community. I'm afraid to this day of, when I have children, putting them in all white schools because of the things that I've experienced. I had to go to therapy next week. I to this day, it's like, oh my gosh, just because of the things that have happened to folks that I know who are black and to me personally. So there are many spaces and places where there are black people and they're thriving, and they have their communities, Lamert Park, just places where you can find a lot of love and happiness, and folks just doing their thing.
Yeah, JP, I think that you're associating like whiteness with positivity, and I think that it has a lot to do with you. I'm just gonna take a wild guess that you've never grown up or been around or been in an area where the majority of people were white or non-black.
He should come to my hometown.
Have you, JP?
No, I haven't.
Okay, and I knew I was going to be right about that, because you are glorifying non-black people because you've never been.
Whites is trash. They not to be trusted. But if I had to,
you just said you trust.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you had to maybe choose which one I had to be around, like if I had to, I know what this going to give me. I know this,
or you don't know because you've never.
Or is I'm saying I know what my black race will give me.
Or JP, is it that because I know how I have behaved in my own neighborhood with my own people? I know my choices and my behavior in the past, and I don't know what my choices and my behavior would be with this other group because I've never had that experience. Because I can tell you, growing up in Middle Georgia, and let me clarify. There's more to Georgia than just Atlanta. You have Middle, you got West Georgia, you got East Georgia, you got South Georgia. If I had to say, when in terms of experiencing racism, I have lived in Middle Georgia and I lived in South Georgia. Brown versus the Board of Education happened in 1952, 51. My high school that I graduated from integrated in 1970. I'm gonna say that again. It fully integrated in 1970. I was born in 81. Okay. When Jonathan was talking about the racism, bleach being poured on him, my homecoming and my prom was segregated until 1999. Okay. Yeah. So like there was black homecoming queens, white homecoming queens where we came from. They really programmed in us, Jay Prince, that as long as we were separate, we were equal. That's what they programmed in us. And that happened into the late 90s. So, I think it's more so, and I'm really big on self-accountability. I really am. I really question you to explore. I really would encourage you rather to explore, why don't you fully trust yourself? Because I think when you start learning to trust yourself and trust your choices and trust your instincts and trust your attitudes and beliefs, or even trust that you can challenge some of these things, you'll start to trust other people. And I ain't even saying black, white, purple, whatever. I'm just saying in general. I think you lack trust in people because of your personal experiences, your life history, coupled with the fact that you've been incarcerated. Mm-hmm. Working in maximum security, one of the first rules they told me as a female staffer at a maximum security prison, you do not trust inmates. They are not your friends. They are not. You build a therapeutic rapport with them, and that's it. Mm-hmm. Because if it goes any further than that, they're going to manipulate you. That was programmed in me. So obviously, just like I told you guys earlier in the show, I had to deprogram myself and I had to get therapy after that, working in that experience. So that's why I said, I think the challenge is not so much, and I'm not saying I'm not, not validating what you're saying about your thoughts and feelings about, this the patriarchal society that we live in and all these things that they have put upon us. What I am saying is you have the power in this moment and moving forward to challenge why you don't trust yourself. I think if you focus on that, you'll understand why you don't trust other groups of people. Because the most important person in your life that you got to learn to trust, Jay Prince, is Jay Prince.
Yourself.
Yeah.
Yep. And JP, I'm going to talk to you more off camera about this because I think this is a very deep conversation.
I want to bring up what Jovo when she said somebody.
Wait, JP, hold on.
Because I had that experience too. That somebody in my
family. Okay, JP, I know you wanted to share that. Go ahead. And then after that, not to just be like, oh, we're moving on, but like, I know what you're going to share, and we're going to let you share that, and we're going to talk about it a little bit, but then we're going to go to the next topic.
Okay, but like 2 weeks ago, it's been viral. My little cousin, I used to babysit me and my sisters. We used to babysit that little girl all the time. Her boyfriend killed her, and he stood on top of her. He shot her first, and then got on top of her, aired her out. Reloaded, emptied the clip, aired out some more. Then he deleted himself. But he was on the live saying he was suffering from mental illness, like mental, like stuff like that. And like I kind of understand where he was coming from. We blame the act, yeah. But like he was saying on the video, like he kept telling people he wasn't just right. But he was kind of a taller guy, and about him being a black man or whatever, don't nobody really want to hear that. They'll tell you, just go get therapy, like that's the answer. No, man, this man was suffering from stuff. Like there's been times where I done been in situations where I thought I was gonna do something. I had to tell my brother, no, man, get my gun away from me, dog. Just take it. Just get it. Take it. Just go with it. Because it'd be times where I'll be thinking in my mind, like, especially like when somebody try to play with my intelligence. I get real personal with that. Don't play with me. Don't try to make me feel like I'm just an idiot. Like I don't know no better because I'm trying to portray being kind. And you want to take that like I'm slow or like you can push over me. No, I'm very intelligent. I like to have I like to just be smooth and have a loving relationship with people. But when you start trying to manipulate me, even especially in relationships, and that's what's the problem. He was feeling like she was cheating on him and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not cheering for him. But as a black man, when he was talking on that live, bad as I wanted to be mad and hate his guts, it was resonating with everything he was saying to me. Well, I mean, not saying to me, but what he was saying on that live, because I done been in that situation. And when your emotions are all over the place and you suffer from anxieties and all this other kind of stuff, and you got your woman that you trust. You trust this woman as you trust your mama almost. And just playing with your intelligence. If you got a weapon in the house, if you don't watch it, man, you can snap out. You can easily snap. Then once you snap, you just gotta go all the way with it. At that point.
Well, I think in these situations, because I've had to assess suicidal thoughts, ideations, plans, intent, things of that nature. And I heard what you were saying about therapy. This is where the rubber meets the road with access to mental health. Because you do have the National Suicide Hotline, they post that everywhere. But it's also very important that in our community, we know how to access our crisis centers. I know here in Atlanta, we have 2 main crisis centers where if a person is in active crisis, and active crisis to me means if Jay Prince was having a conversation with this young man and he's just like, and I'm just hypothetically speaking, I don't want to be here anymore. And by the way, I don't want her to be here anymore. I'm ready to take some people out. That's crisis right there. That's not a minimization of that. We need to start calling this what it is. It's a crisis situation. Most people look at crisis and they think, oh, he got the gun and he about to go shoot up the school right now. Crisis is when they start making statements like this. Mm-hmm. When they start talking about weapons, when they start talking about wills and who they want to have certain things if they're not here anymore. Or, thoughts and ideations about what would life be like if none of us were here anymore. That's crisis. And I know that might go over certain people's heads, but that's crisis. Because see, the thing is, if you let that build, it's going to build to a situation where you could have that person access a crisis center or 911, but then it's too late now. So the conversation, the verbiage is important.
So Jovo, because I hear you saying that, and I agree with everything you just said. It's a crisis for sure. But the thing, the disconnect is that a lot of people don't have maybe the wherewithal to know that that's a crisis when they're having these thoughts. They maybe are not opening up to people, so people don't even know they're having these thoughts. So what would be your advice, or something like a solution-based thing that people could do if there is someone in their life who may be exhibiting certain signs, but maybe isn't saying these things explicitly? Maybe it's not to the point where the person is, confessing that they want to do this or that. Because I think that a lot of people aren't in a comfortable place to just go up to somebody and be like, hey, and
this is
what I'm thinking. So what do you think about that?
Number one, get out your comfort zone. This is not about you being comfortable. This is about saving somebody's life, period. Ain't got nothing to do with you.
So what signs should because I'm not necessarily
so the signs that I said, if they're inadvertently or kind of disclosing, just like he was just saying about weapons and about, they might mention or even try to use humor as a defense mechanism to joke around about, I wish he was dead. She made my life a living hell. Or I wish he was dead. He makes my life a living hell. Or, that's all right. I'm going to take care of it. Probe these people and talk about, what are you saying? What does that mean to you? What does that look like?
Things that people might not take seriously at first, take it seriously, right?
Exactly.
Little signs. Because honestly, I think if a lot of people are honest, and anybody that knows someone who went through a situation or heard about a situation or whatever, you can look back and say, man, actually, there were a lot of things that, I get it, hindsight, right?
Right.
So I get what you're saying. Look at those little details that might not seem like a huge deal, but kind of, question them more and figure out what's going on with that.
And risk your relationship with that person. They might hate your guts for asking them, are you thinking about hurting yourself? Are you thinking about, hurting her? And they might cut you out. And then you being able to say, if that's what you're thinking and feeling, I'm here, but we need to get you some help. Being assertive and being straightforward about the fact that this person needs help. That's one. Okay. That's one. Two, I think that we need to educate ourselves on what's around us in terms of accessibility. Where are your local crisis centers at? If you dial 911, do you know what to tell 911 if this person wants to hurt themselves? Not being afraid to dial 911, because some people just they're going to come out here and blow this off. That's what you're there for. Clearly explain why you're concerned. Okay. Clearly explain that. I think that, it's important for us to also understand that there are organizations out there that help people. The National Alliance on Mental Illness, the National Suicide Hotline, your local mental health groups and organizations, you being able to be educated on that. But I think That's the biggest thing. It's not minimizing something that you heard. If you heard it that way and you're concerned, then follow your first instinct. You're not blowing out of proportion.
So someone asked a question, Jovo, and I want to get your, professional. And I'm going to bring up the question real quick. So it says, how do you talk to people without them getting defensive? So I know that even just in my life about different things, I've heard people say, I'm not even going to bring it up because if I do, they're just going to be mad at me type of thing. So what would be your advice for that in this particular situation?
I think being honest and also conveying your sense of care, empathy for that person. Like you being able to actually be an active listener and just explain to them that, I love you. I care about you. I care about what happens to you. How many times do we actually say that to people?
Right.
Like, honestly, like, there's a meme floating around on Facebook now where it says, the pandemic should provoke us to kind of just share that, love people until it's weird. Tell people you care about them. Like, hey, when you said X, Y, or Z, or when you said this, it made me pause for a moment. I really care about what happens to you. If you don't talk to me, can you talk to somebody else? Or I'll find somebody else for you to talk to. Or I'll help you navigate through this. Just be honest and open about your concern and your care for that person. Because sometimes, just like I said, in our community, we're taught to lead with the preaching and the teaching. Sometimes you just need to lead with love and empathy and care and concern for people. You will be surprised where it gets you.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's really good advice.
Right.
Because like you said, a lot of people don't, like, this is just not a normal day-to-day thing that people, a lot of people just say, like, I care about you and I'm concerned about you and what happens to you. And this is why I'm talking to you about this. I think that when you come at it from that angle, it can kind of disarm someone, which, is a good thing in certain situations. You kind of want them to open up to you or feel like you're someone they can trust and all that. So I think that's really good advice to give.
Right. And explaining to them is not about you being comfortable in the moment. It's more so about them and getting them what they need.
Exactly.
Because we have a tendency to make everything about us. I'm guilty of doing that as well as a therapist. Yeah. And sometimes I have to step back and say, you know what, this ain't even about Ms. Jovo. This is about you. And you getting the help you need.
And you know what, to add to that, I think that a lot of issues, even in, this 2021, this 2022 era, back when I was a kid, I used to go to women to be healed. My race of women. They was the women. They was the people that if I was going through stuff, like they was on the people that I could cry in front of and get all type of attention. And that's just being around them, I felt better, way better. But nowadays, it's not the same no more. Women do not act like the women that I'm used to. That's probably why I get so mad at them, at these new day and age women. I'm like, man, what the hell y'all on? Like, a lot of them want to be us so bad. They mimic us so bad. And they want to just compete with men all day. And nobody want to be feminine. Nobody. Men can't be feminine. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you get what I'm saying. Like, feminine.
What do you view as feminine?
Huh?
What do you view as feminine?
Let me see. Because I always looked at women like they my first God because I was in my mama for 9 months. Feminine is like in touch with their emotions and doing feminine stuff. Like
what?
What did they used to do that was feminine? Damn, I never really paid attention to the feminine part. I just know it's feminine.
Like nurturing.
If I'm aggressive, like if I'm mad, the woman will be like, let's just say, if I get into it with you, Kay, I'll say, Kay, you better get the fuck out my motherfucking face. Whoa, out the band. I don't need for you. What's happening now? You would be like, who the fuck is you talking to?
No, I wouldn't.
I'm just saying nowadays, but back then, women
I would be like,
first be quiet and listen, and they come to you with a humble voice, like, what's wrong? Or talk to you. They don't try to compete with you in the midst of a fight.
So JP, because and I don't feel like I'm being invasive because I know you like to share these things. Do you think that when you were a child, like a little boy, that you did not have space to have your feelings, your emotions in a way that was accepted or nurtured, or where people kind of just gave you that space to be however you want it to be? Like, do you feel like your emotions and your feelings were minimized?
Yeah, after my mama passed, I moved with my auntie, and she her tongue. My family, a lot of them, they gonna be listening, but they know me. I'm gonna keep it funky. Her tongue, I used to wanna.
So, do you see how there's a connection between those two things? Like, you never really felt like you could express yourself and have the emotions you wanted to have, and now you kind of look for that. And if a woman isn't just ready to give that to you, you view it negatively. But I get that, because I think that's a thing that a lot of people have just in general, where certain things were not allowed when they were younger, but now they're older and now, they're looking for a certain thing. I get that. But do you see how that can be a situation that is unfair, I guess, to the women that don't know this about you? It's almost as if and I'm not saying just you only. I think this happens with a lot of people. Expect other people in their adult lives to be mind readers, almost, to kind of heal certain things that might have gone on in childhood or whatever. And it's like, man, why don't these people understand me? But it's like, these people don't know any of this about you necessarily. So, like, how do you think about that?
Yeah, it's like I can't open up. I don't trust them to open up to them. But like, I remember when I was young, like, I went to my auntie. I had my first little girl problems, female problems, and she basically like putting me down, saying, "Yo, pimp hand ain't strong." So I took it as, I should get my pimp hand, straighten up my pimp hand. Then eventually I start, I attacked the first relationship. I put my hands on her, and but that ain't something that was always me though. I didn't want to put my hands on a female. I fought a lot of men, so that wasn't my cup of tea. But it happens. She used to say the same type of stuff to me, like my auntie used to say to me, that I couldn't take it out on my auntie, because for one, that's my auntie. So she nothing to me. So
do you see how, like, things you couldn't express to women before are things that you want to express to just women in general now? Like, this is what we kind of talked about it earlier, like this wanting for women to suffer. And we understood where you were coming from with that, but we also understood that it was coming from a deeper place of hurt that you've had with other women that were specific in your life versus just women in general.
All right. Yeah, I can see that. There's a lot of stuff that from my past experience, not just from my childhood neither. Just even with my guys and stuff, when I be hearing them going through child support, when I be hearing them when they explaining these situations in a domestic violence cases, it 9 times out of 10 it'd be the woman's fault. It's just when he react, now he get looked at like he just this monster, because he finally went upside his woman head. But they don't never talk about what led up to that. And he would, a lot of times most men be trying to prevent the situation from escalating to that point. It's just that these women, they get treated as if they these victims, and they just these little babies, and that they don't have no type of accountability, and that's what pissed me off. Because then you got these same women would tell us men, you need to take accountability. You need to stop blaming everybody else and take responsibility. But and my mom like, who the fuck? You, coming from the people that don't have no type of accountability, no type of responsibility. I take it offensive when when we talk about white men and black women. I take it a big offense when they tell me to take accountability and responsibility when I know damn well them the main two people on the planet, well, in America, that don't have that. So how dare you, the audacity you to tell me to take something like that?
Can I ask you something? Jay Prince, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
What men or what village or what network of people do you have in your life right now that is promoting healing in your life? Like, who pours something new into you? Because I know for me, I have a female mentor, and then I have a therapist. So when I'm off base with certain things, I have somebody to consult with. And I also have like other women I know that are married and their moms, and they hold me accountable or they pour into me. They're kind of my network. Do you have a network of men who are promoting like healing for you in terms of, okay, we know these things happen to you, but let's talk about how you can move forward. Do you surround yourself with a network of men like that?
Yeah, this show, Lapeef Network, and then they introduced me to a lot of therapies. I mean, I've been going to therapy, and then I've been having therapy outside of this. So yeah, I like Kay. So
let me ask you this. Because I've heard a lot from you. Okay. Yeah. And understand this, and I'm asking this, and I think I'm taking a risk by asking you.
I don't hate black women.
Because I'm a black female. No, I'm taking a risk by asking you this, and I am a black female, and I understand and I hear you on your experience with black women. So you can be. I don't want your response. Understand this. I will not be offended if you tell me this ain't none of your business or this. I will not be offended. I've heard words. But let me ask you this. And all of the talk that you have shared with us about the people you don't trust, and this patriarchal system that we all deal with, that have been especially hard on African Americans and African American men. We're going to therapy. We're in this group. We're developing a professional and personal network of people who are promoting healing. What are some tools, like specific tools and skills that you've gotten from these different vessels that are pouring into you that you can use to counter the thoughts and the attitudes and beliefs that support you not trusting certain people? Like what are specific tools that you're practicing and using to not be old Jay Prince, but to grow and move forward with new Jay Prince? Other than just talking about what happened to you, which is a big part of therapy, but the other big part is the part people have challenged with, which is execution of what they're learning in therapy.
The actionable items that
Yeah, you talking about like moving forward, what I'm going to do tomorrow in a better sense. I've been doing a lot of stuff differently. How can I put this? For one, I don't dwell on the past no more. And two, I mean, like when it comes to my relationship with women, I know it's not all black women, but I do understand like any one of them can flip a switch on me. So I trust them to be who they are. That, and outside of that, I've been working on my, just trying to think more positive outside of this. Been thinking more positive, surrounding myself with more positivity. I feel like when you meet a person, it's two type of reactions you can get from that person, either a negative reaction or a positive reaction. A lot of times I will focus on the negative reaction. But now I'm more focused on how to get more of a positive reaction out of people. Then next thing you know, we having a positive interaction. Opposed to back then, it's always something negative. Because it's so easy to find negative out of everything. I could turn you giving me $10,000 to a whole negative situation. What she think I'm broke, or a charity case, what she thinks she's better than me. I could turn that, and you just give me something out the kindness of your heart. So you can always turn this stuff to like negative. If that's what y'all trying to say. But no, oh yeah, I've been working on a lot.
JP,
I ain't all angry like I used to be.
JP, you know what? Like, we've known each other for a little bit.
I didn't mean to turn this to therapeutic.
No. It's fine.
No, I didn't mean to. That was me. But
no,
it's just a click that I have to turn off. I have to learn how to turn that knob off.
No, it's fine. Because JP is actually very open. And honestly, like, that's what I was going to say. We've talked like this before on the show. We've talked like this off the show. And I think that, just hearing your story and things like that, JP, that I can see that you've come a long way. Like, from things that you've shared with me from before, things you've shared on here. I think that you have made a lot of progress. You've grown a lot as a man. I think that you're on the path towards, greatness, like whatever you want to do, whatever you want to be. I think that, your level of just transparency and stuff like that is a sign that you are ready for, the next steps. If, because I think a lot of people aren't even trying to acknowledge certain things about themselves. And even though, I'm not agreeing about all Black women should suffer or any of that, and we can talk about that later.
But you know what's so weird about this whole situation?
Hold on. We can talk about that off camera. But but I'm not mad at you for sharing how you feel, because I know that you are a genuine man. I know that you're coming from a genuine place. I know you don't hate Black women. I know that you're just dealing with certain things that you're trying to get through, and I can respect you for that. I'm not mad at that. You're, you always keep it very real. So I see the growth in you, even though I haven't even known you that long, but even I see it and I can tell. So I just hope that that's recognized.
Thank you, Kay. And I got to say this.
Go ahead, because we got to bring up these callers.
Okay, what's so weird? What's so weird about it? I got all this smoke for Black women, and but the only people who only woman I see myself with is a Black woman. I don't know if I'm just angry with them. I just feel like Black women let me down. Like I don't like these new behaviors of them. It's kind of like discouraging, like me. Like, man, I don't want to date outside my race, but I also don't want to deal with that. Like, I haven't seen a natural Black woman. Like, usually when I see Black women as natural, they usually be like a lighter skin. Like, I have a majority. I'm not gonna say every single Black woman, but a majority of Black women that I see, they are animated. I haven't seen no edges from no Black woman in a minute. Like, if I see I haven't. Like, I haven't.
You literally see my edges on a regular basis.
Where you from? Where you from?
Milwaukee.
No. I want to ask, where he from? Where you from?
Milwaukee.
There ain't too many Black people in Milwaukee.
It's a lot of Black
people in Milwaukee.
The whole city damn near Black.
Milwaukee is full of Black people.
No, hell, I'm a truck driver. There ain't too many. No,
you don't drive inside the city. You drive on the outskirts where the whites at.
Man, look, when I park my truck and I go to the basketball games,
that's downtown. That's where the whites at.
All right, so Tony, we know that there are many Black people in Milwaukee. What was the point you were trying to get to?
It's 40% Black.
No. What I was trying to say was, like, all right, if it's 40% Black, how many percent is like Afrocentric? When you're that far up north.
I'm lost.
I'm trying to see like, okay, what is the root? Okay, maybe make some statements.
No. It's not an argument. It's not an argument.
I don't think so.
Not a debate.
Maybe make some declarative like just some statements instead of the questions.
Yeah, that's what I asked, where you from? I was like, not no debate where he from. I was like, Milwaukee is, to my knowledge, yeah, I mean, he know more than I know because he lived there. But I'm thinking like, it's not no Afrocentric women up there, not, to have natural hair. That's how come when he gave you the credit for having natural hair, I'm like, he might don't see it that much because Wisconsin, Minnesota.
What you trying to say, that they mix?
And we know damn women in Minnesota.
Is she trying to say like they mix women or something?
Tony, was there like something that we talked about tonight that you would like to comment on? I just want to, make sure that we're staying on the course.
We on course. I'm just saying, like,
I just, want to make sure that we're, so we were talking about. So Tony, was there something you wanted to comment on in terms of the topics tonight?
And the topic is, I didn't want to get off the topic because of that. Because the thing was, I know when you go so up north, you rarely find too many black people up there. You really don't.
I think he's cutting in and out. Phone. I think he's on his phone.
We've clarified that there are plenty of black people in Milwaukee. So like, I was just wondering if there was something about like any of the topics in terms of mental health that you wanted to speak on.
All right, and what we debating on, because I did want to join in because that's that was the case. So can we review what the topic is?
Wait, what happened? JR, I'm so confused. JR?
Yeah, that was me.
I was about to say, what happened to Tony? Okay, Tony's back. So we're just going to try to, recalibrate. So Tony, if you can hear me, Tony, listen carefully. Yeah. I'm asking you if there were the topics. So they were mental health. We talked about Mary J. Blige. We talked about mental health and social media a little bit. We talked about mental health and the stigma in the Black community. We talked about mental health and the differences between men's experiences and women's experiences a little bit. So was there something about that you wanted to comment on? All right. While we wait for Tony to get
mental health in Black, and I came a long way from where I became from. And me being 40, 45 years old, I really think, like, coming from where I come from and like hopping off the hurdles that I had to go through, because it's like, I'm a truck driver. I got a CDL, right? So that was my survival ticket. And I helped a couple of people, that I know that got out of jail and get their CDLs and all that. Because, when people get out of jail, they be thinking, oh, man, all I can do is work at Taco Bell. No. Get a CDL license and I'll put you on the seat. You know what I mean? I could rent a truck and I could put you in it. You know what I mean? That was my thing that I did for my homies that got out of jail. So it's like some people have that mental condition. You know what I mean? And I got people on my trucks. I'm learning how to code. Because I'll be like, let me see what this software programming thing is about. Is it a nerd thing? So, no, hear what I'm saying. So, this is what black people need to do. Black people need to get the trauma out their head and really think about really worrying about looking forward to getting to some money because we need to reprogram the way we used to be. It used to be, yo, I'm gonna shoot the bull down the block. And I'm keeping it honest. That's where I'm from. I'm from North Philly. It's like, man, this bull owe me $30. I'm about to bang him. No, the simplest thing that you can ever do is give a man a handshake and be like, you know what? I don't even want to beef with you no more. Give me a handshake. If not, you gotta have, black people need therapy because we trained to be animals. If we really trained to be aggressive, you know what I'm saying? Whether you in North Philly, Brooklyn, like even when y'all, be laughing at the bull that's from New York, that's what he trained to be. I see
So
where
Tony,
he comes
can you
from.
give some more clarity? Tony, can you give some more clarity on trained? Like when you say trained, can you clarify what you mean?
When we got kids, when kids be like when as soon as they able to walk, you know what I mean? And they playing around, it's like fight. We all know what that is. Stop playing. Like when kids you like fight. It's like ha ha ha, and you be punching, and it's all cute. But it's like, and then when they go outside, and then like when when you're 12 years old, you like, man, when you got your homies and y'all got whatever y'all plan on doing, that's a whole different thing. That's when you become a whole different animal. Because
Okay, so people's upbringing can affect them, and some people in certain situations are exposed to certain things that affect their actions. Okay, got it. Tony, is there anything else that you would like to share in terms of the topic, and then we'll get to Dr. Wiggins, scam likely? Not sure if there's a frozen situation going on, but Dr. Wiggins, scam likely. Until Tony's internet situation comes back on, we'll go straight to you. Is there anything that you would like to discuss in terms of the topics tonight? I think Tony's frozen, so he might pop back in, but we'll figure it out. So
yeah. My Wi-Fi be acting up because But
it's okay.
no, what I'm saying is, I'm not the toughest, roughest bull in the world. I'm not. I'm a square. I'm a truck driver. But what I'm saying is, I'm a truck driver that I'm learning how to cool. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to get my homies out the world. I'm trying to get my nephew out the world because he's cool, whatever he is. He's out of control. You know what I mean? But like, my thing is, and that's what I'm saying. I can't sit my nephew down and be like, yo, this is what you need to do. He got 2 kids. He got 2 daughters. I can't tell him how to eat. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. He a grown man, and I love him to death. But I'm like this: if you ever get booked and you get indicted, don't call me. I'm not answering. I'm not answering the phone. I'm not putting no money in your books. So that's the way. That's the way it is when you like grew up in street culture. You know what I mean? Is I'm happy about it? No, I don't promote it. I don't even like listening to street rap music.
What kind of music do you like listening to?
You know what I mean?
Tony, what do you like to listen to before we get to Mr. Dr. Wiggins? I'm just curious.
My brother Del P, and what's the name? Damn. Oh man, the good brother is his mentor.
Come on, Tony, you don't know what you like to listen to. Come on.
No. My little brother is the best rapper in Philadelphia. But like,
shout him out.
He did a song with Speech and Master Ace and what's the bull? Put your arms in the air. Put your arms in the air. He be, oh man, I got a brain freeze right now. And like David Banner is his mentor. You know what I mean?
You
But
know
look,
what,
just
Tony?
just
We haven't gotten
just
a
look.
lot of information from you about the music, but if you remember it, put it in the chat. And
But
if you remember it,
no.
well,
But think this, Del P, do that, and I'm like a Tribe Called Quest type ball. Yeah, I mean, and of course I'm from back in the day. You know, when I used to be in the streets. I love Mobb Deep. I love Nas. Yeah, I
yes.
mean, you know, I'm from that era. I'm
Wait,
47.
Tony, before we get to Dr. Wiggins, because we're about to get to him, and you could stay because we don't got a lot of people in the back, so you could stay. But before we get to him, real quick, Tony, real quick. I'm not talking about your cousins and the young bulls and all this. Real quick, Tony. Real quick. Illmatic or Stillmatic?
Illmatic.
Okay. All right, Dr. Wiggins. I'm not even gonna say anything. I mean, you know, I thought it was an easy question, but I've asked this throughout life, like since Stillmatic came out, and surprisingly, a lot of people
you had to be alive. You had to be in the street.
I was alive for both. Look, Tony, we said we're not going down this path about your cousins and your life in the streets. We're not doing it. I just wanted to know quick.
Let's go, Dr. Wiggins.
Stillmatic.
Dr. Wiggins. Yo,
Tony, hold on, Tony.
Love to everybody. Let's get it.
Hold on, Tony. I was just confused. If in the chat, Illmatic or Stillmatic, just put in the chat which one. All right, Dr. Wiggins, Scam Likely, what's going on? Thank you for your patience.
What's going on? How y'all doing? Everybody well?
Hello, how you doing?
All is well.
Any info on the topic? I mean, any input on the topics?
Had a question for Jay Prince. I'm prior service Army. I'm pro guns all the way. I bought my first gun, did a CHL license in Texas. Texas, you buy a gun at window 2. Window 1, you get the bullets. That's how it is. But not saying that you're not, but guns are not for everyone. When you take the CHL class, you learn some of the laws, you learn some of the procedures and when and if you should carry, where you can carry, and then why are you carrying, and what some of those results can actually end up being if you actually decide to pull the trigger. Some people, I suggest, don't get a gun. If you ever think a person who thinks in your emotions or has any kind of anger or reactive behavior, the person that you need to protect is yourself. And the best thing maybe to do is not have or not carry a gun. I'm not saying do or don't. I'm saying, I don't know Wisconsin state laws, but take you $50 or $100, whatever it costs. Go take the concealed handgun license class, learn what the laws and the procedures and how this thing works, and actually listen to the stories of how this actually works. Because it doesn't take but one, just like that, one decision. And even if you are right and actually took somebody out and defended yourself, could you have avoided the situation? Because now you got to face the legal system. And that's criminal. And then if you lose, or win, you still have to go and face the civil situation. So you can actually go and get tried twice. Now your money gone. If your money gone and you're gonna have to call me, the lead public defender, you don't want that. You don't. But just something to think about.
Thank you for that bit of legal advice, Dr. Wiggins, Scam Likely. Was there anything else you wanted to weigh in on? Or JP, did you want to respond? I know that was towards you. Because Dr. Wiggins, didn't you say you wanted to ask JP?
Well, I just wanted to mention it to JP. I mean, he can respond.
Okay, so JP, go ahead with
I would never want to hear somebody who's saying they've been in a situation where they're worried about having somebody take their gun. The next situation where somebody doesn't take your gun, and you end up using it, where if it wasn't there, some outcome would have happened differently. Once you make that decision, there is no coming back.
JP, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I agree with him. I put my guns in the storage until I got some help first, until I was able, to get myself together. Ironically enough, like it been times where I think alcohol calms me down more than it do with other people. Like other people drink alcohol to get all ironic and tough. For me, you know how people smoke weed to calm down? I drink a couple shots and I calm down and get my mind together. But all my firearms is in the storage until I got a lot of counseling and therapy and stuff. So yeah, but only time I use my firearms is when I go to Milwaukee. That's the only time I bring them.
Okay. JP, I'm glad that you have the self-awareness and all of that to put your firearms in a safe space so that you don't, so that nothing happens. Salute for that for sure.
Plus, I have my kids in the house. I don't want them to.
Exactly. Definitely. Jonathan, did you want to respond to either of the men that have spoken?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with the lead public defender. I think weapons are a tool.
Just now.
They mentioned in the chat, so I had to.
I cannot with you.
Oh, I see that now, huh? Yeah. Yeah, but I think they're a tool that has to be used in the right hands with people who are in the right mind. And I personally believe that, every mentally healthy Black man should own a firearm. That's just me.
And woman.
And be able to and also train with it regularly and learn about it and educate yourself on it and all of those things. Because it could be deadly if you don't.
Oh, that was you, Jonathan, with the little in the background.
Me with the
I was trying to mute everybody. It was like a little like sound, but okay. And then when you went on mute, it went away. It was just like a small sound. All right, yeah. Firearm safety is a must. Abide by the laws in your state. So,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Tony.
In California, there's no 2 and 1. You gotta wait 4 weeks, and then you gotta wait 4 more. I just wouldn't say that.
Somebody in the comments said they thought that sound was my roaches. First of all, and for the people that don't know, I do have 2 pet Madagascar hissing cockroaches, and they do make a sound. But it's not that sound. And like they wouldn't be this loud. They're all the way in another room. But not trying to get like way off topic. But yeah, shout out to my Madagascar hissing cockroaches. Their names are Maddie and Scar. Get it? Maddie, Scar, Madagascar. Anyway, Tony. So what were you about to say? Because you were about to say something. You're on mute.
Tony, you're muted. You're still muted.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you're there you go.
Yeah, somebody put the on. You know what I mean? But I wanted to ask you, right? Because I be going back and forth from Pennsylvania to Georgia, and they both red states, but in between Maryland and then the route from Philadelphia 95 to 85. That's how we get to Georgia. Now, if I have what's the state laws from having a registered license from PA going to Georgia? Because I don't care. I'll be dirty. I gotta protect myself.
Well, hold on. We don't need to do any of this, snitching on oneself.
No, I'm asking him. No, I'm
first of
asking him
all,
because he
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to.
first
No, I'm
he
saying I thought you were
no,
like snitching on yourself, which I was just gonna try to help
no,
you out.
no.
No, I hate
Okay.
to
No,
disappoint you, but I don't know nothing about no law. I'm a budget guy. This lead public defender thing is fake. That's just for the in it, just jokes. But
oh man, I
yeah,
thought you
it's
knew
fake.
your
Lead
Jones,
public
man.
defender. No, but
Well,
with
you
the
were
gun
looking for some.
with the gun laws,
I
talk to
fell
your
for it. Hey,
I
no,
thought he was
Man,
I thought he was
because I'll
mimicking
be
the
out
lead
here.
attorney. I thought he was mimicking the lead attorney.
yeah, lead public defender. Yeah, but no, with the state laws, find out what how your state works, and
Exactly.
look up
well,
reciprocity. That tells you what
well,
license you can have in what state and where they're accepted in other states. But look up
yeah,
reciprocity.
because I know, like whatever it is, as long as I get past Maryland, I'm cool. Maryland
Don't go to
is
Maryland.
Tony.
Maryland doesn't
Wait,
accept
Tony,
anything.
Tony, hold on.
I think there's
Don't
a
say
delay.
anything else.
I think he got a
All
delay.
right. So, lead public defender. What were you gonna say? Because we don't want Tony to do too much talking about certain things here.
No, I just said I didn't say nothing. I just said Maryland is the worst.
Yeah,
I just say Maryland is the worst city to live in.
You don't have to say
Yeah,
anything.
I just moved out of Maryland. Maryland, DC, take the gun out, put it in your trunk, take your bullets and put it in a separate. Got to be locked in separate locations. Pretty much, it's not loaded. It can be carried or concealed. But the better thing to do, just don't conceal it in the states that you don't know. But go look up reciprocity and find out whatever state that you can carry in based on where you live and then what type of license that you have. I think it's like 31 to 37. It depends on your home state.
I appreciate that. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So now we get continue on to the base. We had man talk. I mean, so let's get the ladies involved. Ladies.
Yeah,
ladies.
Go ahead. Then I had another question for the panel, but go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
We had man talk. We gotta have man talk. So
This was worldwide web talk that you just had, which is why I was trying to, kind of shut it down a little bit before you said anything you didn't want to say. But okay. So
I know what I could get away with. I know what I could get away with. I've been doing this for too long. 47 years old, no felony.
Don't talk.
So let's get it.
You doing what? Don't just come on, man. Come on, man.
I wouldn't do it if I were you.
Did we not learn from? But you know what? It's whatever. That's your life. But just don't. If I were you, I wouldn't talk about. But anyway,
how the topic is going? How the topic going? Let's get it.
Now let's get back to the topics because I think that
let's
what's going
get
on
it.
in
Let's
people's
get it.
personal lives and things that they may not want on the internet forever. So yeah, lead public. Anything else?
Only thing else I was gonna say, number one, good people and bad people come in all races. There's angels and demons been fighting on this earth for the longest. You said you were a Christian back in the day, they just chop your head off. History repeats itself. That's just it is what it is, and it's always gonna be what it is. So don't think that you can go over to the Spanish community, they're gonna cut you some slack, or you can go over here and it's no grass greener. Or if the grass is greener, you have to be able to identify and you have to be able to adapt to whatever that other environment is. So that comes with women, it comes with just people, because people are always going to be people. There's crooks, there's dusties, that's just what it is. And there's some great people. They come in all colors, shapes, sizes.
I agree.
That's just my opinion.
So in your opinion, is there a such thing as halfway crooks or no?
Yeah, some people only rob what's in your left pocket and leave the rest. People are going to be people.
Do you think there's a such thing as halfway crooks, or are they just scared to death and scared to look?
Yo, I'll beat with it.
I'm just trying to see. Keep your eyes open and your wallet in your which pocket? Front or back? Keep your eyes
People
open.
are going to do what people do.
Keep your eyes open and your wallet in your front pocket. But yeah, we're about to end the show. I just, I thought that y'all were gonna be like really.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Like when I'm saying is like this is what mental health is all about. You really got to keep your mental all to yourself. No, honestly. Listen, it's a
transition
rule.
from the lyrics back to the topic is
It's a rule. No, but it's a rule. 90,
Mhm.
you got to have 99, and this is what men got to do. Because, men is more givers than women are. We all know that, right? It's like you got to have 99.9% that you give. You got to keep that 0.1% for you. That 0.1 is your sanity. You know what I'm saying? You shaking your head, no, but it's real though, because it's like you keep on giving, and the thing is, when you a giver, people like NBA players. As soon as you get drafted, keep in mind they 19 years old. They 19 years old. They don't know shit about money, nothing, but they got that contract, and they come from a poor family. The family is calling them. Yo, I need. They burning out a 19-year-old kid.
That's kind of what Jovo was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's the routine of black families.
Right. We got to break that routine, though. We got to set boundaries, and we got to be able to say that it's okay for me to set a boundary.
And the mental is real. And the mental is real. It really mess with people's mental. Yeah, I mean,
it is.
Like it was an interview that Andre Ugulaga, I always tear his last name up. He played for Golden State, and he at Golden State now. And he was on the Breakfast Club. He had an interview, right?
I know who you're talking about.
Yes. It kind of froze. I didn't hear.
I'm tearing his last name up. She know who I'm talking about though. But he had an interview at the Breakfast Club, right? And he was like, can I talk, please? So what happened is you gonna worry about something that's not unnecessary. I'm trying to give you the story. So what happened is he was at the Breakfast Club, and
wait, hold on, Tony. I just want to make sure.
At the NBA, I think Tony has a delay in his phone.
I think so too. Tony, you're here and you're getting upset with me on my show. I just want to make sure we all know what's going on. I get it, but I just said, who did you say? Because your internet has been messing up for the last 20 minutes, and we have been trying to be graceful, and now you're being all, oh, can I talk? We've been trying to let you talk with this raggedy delay for the last 25, 30 minutes. So you need to be glad that you're still here. I'm not trying to, I'm just saying that I just think it's really strange.
But she said she know who I'm talking about.
Okay,
Mr. Iguodala. Mr. Iguodala, Andre Iguodala. I called him.
So we on Andre Iguodala. That's his name, right?
Tony,
so he was on the Breakfast Club. So
because I don't like it.
In the NBA, they be having meetings and stuff when they get drafted, right? And they be having meetings about like how to handle family groupies and money and all that stuff. They actually do give them people meetings, and they was like, well, my mom, she want this and my mom want that. And he's like, he a white boy, Kyle Korver. Kyle Korver, he was on the Sixers team. That's when he was with the Sixers. Kyle Korver, they was on the same team. He a white boy, he a shooter. And he was like, you got to pay your parents' bills. He had his world is different. So I'm saying, without all that rumbling and all that stuff, what I was trying to say was the smooth passage to say our world as black people is different than white people.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that
you know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying.
That's what it is. And that's trauma. when you 19 years old and you got to get your mom out the projects. First of all, why your mom got you in the projects? Why is it a such thing as O Block? No men get approved for apartments and projects.
Hey, Tony, don't nobody care. Let's just be real. They didn't care yesterday. They're not going to care tomorrow. Don't care how black you are, white you are, broke, rich. They don't. They're not going to. It's not going to change.
So we've
That's real. That's real.
Tony, sorry for, kind of going off on you a little bit there, but I just couldn't believe that you were talking about can I talk when we have I have extended such courtesy to your very raggedy connection situation. So, I got a little bit beside myself, but whatever. My
apartment is on top of my barbershop, and it's I know it's kind of raggedy. You know what I mean?
It's all good. So it's okay. I just couldn't believe the nerve.
It's on top of my barbershop. I live in Philadelphia. My apartment is on top of my barbershop.
That's all good. I just couldn't believe the nerve of you saying, "Can I talk?" As if. But yeah, okay. So we're gonna go around.
My fault. I didn't know your side, but you know what? I don't do that back and forth stuff. I don't. I'm from Philly.
That's cool.
I don't even argue with nobody that I'm laying pipe to. You know what I'm saying?
That's not good.
Much respect.
I was gonna
much respect to you too.
I was telling him I don't know if he could have heard me because his connection was breaking up, but I did catch that interview on the Breakfast Club. I wanted to point out too, Tony, just to your point about the NFL player a few months ago that got arrested for the DUI, where there I think somebody was killed because of his drinking and driving situation. And I think it's important. He brings up a good point.
From the Raiders.
He brings up a good point because, and this is where we talk about accessibility to services, no matter, what your tax bracket is, what you do for a profession or what have you. Like if you're employed somewhere and your employer has employee assistance programming, part of that employee assistance programming, there is mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, and in some cases, what I've seen here recently, access to mentorship, financial counseling. They can tell you how to lose weight. They can tell you how to promote self-care in your lifestyle. So they have that for quote unquote. I know we talked about socioeconomic status earlier tonight, but they do have that if you have an employer that has an employee assistance program. They have that. That's accessible to you. All you really have to do is contact your HR rep for the company that you work for, and they can pretty much plug you into those services. Because with that young man, just to bring up that story, the NFL does offer some type of concierge service where he could have easily had someone come and drive his vehicle home for him or take him home, but he chose to drink and drive. So I caught that same.
They choose to go to that route.
Before we go down, Tony, we're gonna get your final thoughts. What's going on? Yeah. Final thoughts, 30 seconds. We're going to go to lead public defender next, then we're going to kind of wrap up the show. Go ahead. Sorry.
Look, even though we kind of rub sticks, we ain't get no fire out of that. You know what I mean? The whole thing is all about having dialogue with beautiful ladies and intelligent men and intelligent ladies also. It's just, y'all got the icing on the cake because you're beautiful. But I like what I see, and I like who I talk to. So that's that. I can't say no more. Keep intelligent, and black people can't be stupid.
What in the world? Okay, thank you, Tony. We're gonna go to the lead public defender next, and thanks, Tony. You go ahead and handle your business. We will see you next week. Be sure to tune in. Thank you for your support. We will see you next Monday. Okay. Lead public defender. Final thoughts. Oh my goodness. Okay, lead public defender, final thoughts. Because what? Go ahead. I'm just confused, but okay.
Oh man. Oh man. I forgot what I was gonna say.
All right. So are you that's it? No? Yeah.
No.
Oh my
All right, check
goodness.
it out. No, all I was gonna say is mental illness. There's a lot of middle class people, upper middle class people, and self-deletion. You're talking about a lot of people in the medical field, dentists and doctors actually lead the league in that department. So it's not like it's just a black thing, it's a white, it's a broke, it's a rich. All people could be dealing with it. And the person you're sitting next to your left and your right could be really going through it when you think they're actually on top of the world. So you just never know.
Absolutely. That's very
all
true.
I got.
Thank you, the lead public defender. Thank you. You know, you've called in a bunch of times. Thank you for always, supporting us. We appreciate you. Be sure to come back next week and be sure to tune in for all the multiple other days. We got, what's today? So tomorrow there's, King Talk. Wednesday, there's JB Broken Dusty situation. Thursday, Lapeef Let's Talk. Friday, nothing. Saturday, Sage Talk with Mr. Lee. Sunday, Lapeef Sports and Amira. So
there's fight night on the weekends also.
Tune in. But thank you for your support.
All right. Everybody have a good night.
You too. Okay, so I was confused. Did somebody fart? Like I don't know.
No, you didn't see. He was in the bathroom.
But what was that sound?
I think that was just somebody.
I don't want to know.
I
don't want to know. Boundaries.
Whoa. I was like, wait, is this real? I thought that maybe like there was something else happening, and I'm like, okay. He was real comfy. You know what? That's fine. I guess, it's a human bodily function. I'm not judging. I just thought that it was so funny because okay. But we're about to get ready to end the show. I think it's great to be here with all of you. JP, glad to have you back. Haven't seen you in a few weeks. Jonathan, as always, you're welcome and glad to have you here. Mrs. Jovo, for sure. Glad to have you. It was your first time here. Shout out your show. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. So you can catch me Central Standard Time on Tuesday evenings. CSTS 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. on the Ladies Room podcast. Okay. Follow us on YouTube. We have a Facebook group. If you want to hear, more from me, we talk about all types of topics on our show, including mental health. So, tap into our show.
Variety of topics.
Absolutely. We talk about relationships, marriages, rearing children, finances, you name it, we talk about it. So catch me Tuesday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. I also do want to point out, Kay, as I do when I come onto any platform, if you or someone needs help with gaining accessible services for mental health treatment, for counseling, for therapy, whatever it is, do not hesitate to inbox me. I'm Javonda Mosley on Facebook. I am mosleyjavonda@gmail.com. If I can't help you, I will find someone who can. It has been such a pleasure to be on the show tonight. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for that. I think that's going to help a lot of people for sure. So make sure y'all reach out if y'all need, help figuring out who to get help from. She can help in the right direction because, these insurance companies be on that other stuff.
Yes.
But all right, so let's, Jonathan, any final thoughts about what we talked about tonight or anything?
Yeah, just some literature. The first book that really helped me out was called When Helping You is Hurting Me, Escaping the Messiah Trap. Excellent book for those of you African Americans that love helping people to the detriment of yourself. The second book that I really appreciate, like Miss JoJo said, is a book. It's simply called Boundaries. There's a bunch of them. There's boundaries in marriage. There's boundaries in relationship. There's a lot of them, but it's called Boundaries. And in that chapter, I think the first chapter, you know, they argue that boundaries isn't about what you want other people to do. Boundaries is about what you do.
Absolutely.
You always have the power.
Yes.
So that's all I'll say.
Absolutely. Boundaries are about you taking control. That's for sure. JP, final thought.
Yeah, I want to clarify something right quick. Jay Prince was not talking about self-deleting himself. Jay Prince do not hate my race of women or my race. I'm a big proponent of my race. Just because I call out a lot of stuff, that don't mean I hate them. You know, I think a lot of this, actually, to be honest with you, I really, when I listen to all this stuff, this discourse between black men and black women, what I really hear is love. Because I've been around people that's like, I got black male guys, and they don't talk the way we talk about black women because they got white women. They don't even touch black women. I think we talk about stuff that we care about. And I think if we didn't care about each other that much, we won't have this type of discourse with each other to begin with. It won't be no platforms of black men and black women going at it because nobody won't give a damn what they do. So I think this is love.
Hey, I couldn't help but.
I don't, JR, what? I can't. JR,
because I'm sitting here listening and I'm not realizing what's going on. I mean, I'm listening, I'm like half listening because I'm still working while I'm listening to y'all. But did this guy really?
Damn. Jonathan gonna have him borrow the book from him on Boundaries. That's what he's gonna do.
Jonathan was like,
you know how you think you saw something, but then you like, nah, you didn't see that.
I mean, I had to look again. I did. I had to look. Is that a shower curtain? Wait a minute.
Yes, my thought.
Hey, like the whole time he was he was on the damn toilet. So I'm sitting here like, damn, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, he was. Why he was like kind of frustrated in the beginning, and then he like, you know.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. I need everybody mute up real quick. Everybody mute up. Let me hear this.
What?
Shit.
Oh my god.
Intelligent men and intelligent ladies also. It's just, you know, y'all got the icing on the cake because you're beautiful. But like, you know, I like what I see and I like who I talk to. So that's that. I can't say no more. You know what I mean? Keep intelligent and, you know, black people can't be stupid. You know.
What in the world? Okay, thank you, Tony. We're gonna go to the lead public defender next. What?
Damn.
Who made that noise though?
Wait, but was that?
That was him.
No, it wasn't.
No, it can't be. It can't be
Real?
Oh my god.
JR.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Hey, he was definitely in the bathroom.
JR, was that real?
Oh my god.
JR is such a jokester, so I never know if like, was that real, JR? JR, was that real? I'm confused.
I think so.
What? Did you do it, JR?
No, I didn't do that. I promise you. Hold on. Here we go.
We kind of rub sticks, you know what I mean? We ain't get no fire out of that. You know what I mean? The whole thing is all about having dialogue with beautiful ladies and intelligent men and intelligent ladies also. It's just, you know, y'all got the icing on the cake because you're beautiful. But like, you know, I like what I see, and I like who I talk to. So that's that. I can't say no more. You know what I mean, keep intelligent, and black people can't be stupid. You know.
What in the world? Okay, thank you, Tony. We're gonna.
It might have been.
Hey,
now I'm confused.
You can kind of tell it was him because the camera kind of jumped a little bit.
Yeah, that's when he hurried up and said, "Peace out."
I don't know what to believe. I don't know.
I cannot.
Hey, this is the last time. Pay attention to how the camera shift. All right? No.
We might be good on the replay. I know I am.
You know what? You can hear him do it twice before the big one.
I'm sorry. This shit is crazy.
I like what I see, and I like who I talk to. So that's that. I can't say no more. You know what I mean, keep intelligent.
That camera shift when
black
it happened.
People can't be stupid. You know.
What in the world? Okay, thank you, Tony. We're gonna go to the lead public defender next.
Look at that look on his face.
The lead public defender told the story. The lead public defender confirmed what we were terrified to hear about. He could, with his face, he confirmed that that's exactly how it went down.
Man, he was sitting there looking, trying to figure out, man, did y'all just hear that? He had the look on his face.
Kay, I had one more suggestion for a book as well.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The Unapologetic Guide to Black Mental Health by Rita Walker. Dr. Rita Walker, really good book. I've read it like twice now. It breaks down just getting help, but it also talks in detail about suicide and depression. So, good book, good resource.
Yes, y'all definitely check it out. This shift between topics has thrown me for a loop.
You said this shit or this shift? What you say?
Shift.
Okay.
First we were talking about like farts, and then it was like, and then there's this book, and now like I'm confused about which direction to go. But I was gonna call out JR one more time because I'm still not sure. Because JR definitely likes to play around.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Sure?
I'm positive. I didn't even realize what was going on until y'all was talking about it. I had to go back and play it. I'm like, what they talking about? And then I seen dude. I said, oh, don't tell me dude on pass gas on camera. Because he was in his bathroom. I don't know who do that. I would never go and do no shit like that on the live.
I'm still not convinced.
Hey. Come on. Y'all didn't peep how my homie was laying with his hand on his head, right? On the side of his head. It was too comfortable, man. Hey, you made me feel right at home.
Somebody said Kay rewatched the show. He was farting the entire time. Debo said that. Like, what? No, he what? What? Okay. That's enough of that. What? Okay, we get it.
Oh, but you could be what with the soundboard all day.
Nah, but yours extend a little longer. Mine's real quick. It's subtle. Your shit just echo. Like your shit command the room. Almost similar to that fart.
No. I mean, farting is just, I guess, a normal thing. I mean, I don't guess. I mean, I know it's a normal thing. So no shame to him. It's whatever. I just don't know if it was JR or not. JR.
No, that was not me. I wasn't even on there.
I can't trust you, JR, because you be saying like certain things aren't you, and then they are. Was it you? For real?
I just said no, it wasn't me. It's too early.
All right,
that's the time, man. You gotta let them go. Yes, you holding them hostage. They like, please let us go. Please let us go. She can't wait.
Thanks y'all for all coming on. Thanks for the support. We'll see y'all later. Have a good night.
Yeah, maybe Jay Prince will stick around and talk about shitty Tony.
Wait, it's 02222022.
What does that mean?
I'm just saying that's a special day. All twos and O's.
I don't know nothing about that. It's too early. It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tige Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tige Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tige Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tige Hanley. And because Tige Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tige Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tige. Let the Tige force be with you. If you haven't already, make sure you guys cop those tickets. Cop those tickets. They are in the top of the link right there. Click that link, get your tickets to Houston.
I like what I see, and I like who I talk to. So that's that. I can't say no more. You know what I mean, keep intelligent, and black people can't be stupid. You know.
What in the world? Okay, thank you, Tony. We're gonna go to the lead public defender next.
Even though we kind of rub sticks, you know what I mean? We ain't get no fire out of that. You know what I mean? The whole thing is all about having dialogue with beautiful ladies and intelligent men and intelligent ladies also. It's just, y'all got the icing on the cake because you're beautiful. But like, I like what I see, and I like who I talk to. So that's that. I can't say no more. You know what I mean, keep intelligent, and black people can't be stupid. You know.
What in the world? Okay, thank you, Tony. We're gonna go to the lead public defender next. And thanks, Tony. You go ahead and handle your business. We will see you next week. Be sure to tune in. Thank you for your support. We will see you next Monday. Okay. Lead public defender. Final thoughts. Oh my goodness. Okay, lead public defender. Final thoughts. Because what? Go ahead. I'm just confused, but okay.
Oh man. Oh man. I forgot what I was gonna say.